From what I saw, it was going on Facebook at least when I said it before.
Yeah, sweet. That's good.
Alrighty, well, cheers. And welcome to D&D on a Whim, episode 2.
Yeah! Get it.
If you are joining us, please feel free to like, subscribe, do all that stuff on the platforms. A lot of you guys watch our episode 1. A lot more than I expected, given that I haven't really pushed it very hard. So do me a favor and just subscribe, like, comment, let us know what you think, what you'd like to see, what you'd like us to do. We're not going to be able to see the comments and stuff like that on the stream, but I will go back and interact with everybody, so definitely do that. If you want to support us, you can always super chat, you can always rumble rant, do stuff like that, really take care of us, and that would help us to know that we're doing what you guys are enjoying. But with that being said, let's get going. So last week we ended off with the party arriving just outside of Dark Shore.
Yes.
As you guys sail into range of Dark Shore, the ship drops anchor. They're going to give you a little boat, have you go in. It'll just be easier than having them have to check the whole boat and do all that stuff. As you get along the side of Dark Shore, the city of the Drow, cloaked in perpetual nighttime, you see the shores are broken by just a large wall that seems to just encompass everything. From this distance, it looks like it could easily be a 100-foot tall wall that just covers the shore. To the north end of it, you see a break in the wall, and then to the south end of it, you see a little break in the wall. You're told that you're going to sail into the north break, and that's where you'll enter into the dock district, known as the Verum district. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
As we enter into Dark Shore. For those of you joining us, Dark Shore, of course, being the Drow city to the south of the Solarian Empire. Should be pretty much on that there. So, I'm going to enter into this large bay on the north end. For those of you taking notes, that's VHAERAUM district, also known as the Dock District. I wrote it down. You don't have to. You're good. I just saw some people taking notes.
Yeah, everybody's like all of a sudden writing them. Right? Just like in class again, man.
Just a word, yeah. Just write stuff down to use it as leverage against you later. Remember this time here?
Yeah.
Bit of random housekeeping. Was it the same day? This day that we're arriving, was that the same day that we fought the Saugan?
No, you fought them on the 6th day,
Okay.
which slowed you down a little bit. This is going to be the morning of the 7th day.
Gotcha. Is it possible to go back and I just wanted to try to convince you guys that I could store the chain, the 200-foot long chain, if you would like me to store it, and then if we ever need it again, it would just, I'd be able to get it pretty quickly, but I would need some time alone to basically condense it and to make it travel sized.
It's an option if you want. The crew also will make mention. They're like, we can keep the chain because the bosun Montgomery comes up to you, Warforged guys. We can keep the chain it would be good. It's about the same type of chain we would use for the anchor. If something happens and we have to cut anchor or we lose it, we can always keep it.
Sweet.
We have a place where we can store it.
Yes, if you are alright with the extra weight, of course.
Yeah, that's fine.
Perfect, then I do not have to worry about it.
Unless
Even though she
you
really wanted it.
we want it.
She's not going to argue with anybody on the ship about it.
They're just like, where you're gonna stuff it in your room? No.
No, everybody on the boat probably knows what I'm going to do with it, except for them. They're all watching me.
That's weird.
It's very weird.
Give me an insight.
Inside? 10?
You have the feeling you're being watched at all points and times on this ship.
I have that without rolling. I already know that.
Right. Along with that, you do have that eerie sense of connection with the party.
Did we like rest or anything?
Yeah, so
we
you'll
would've had a long rest.
you'll have the long rest after having gotten the encounter. I know we
Full health.
ended the encounter and we're like, all right, we're done. Let's go.
Maybe roll, but no, that's great.
Yeah, just want to make sure.
On the seventh day, by the time that you think the dawn light should be coming out, you start getting woken up. But it's dark out. At this point, you realize that you're at the edge of the city. And from that wall, it's about 10 miles out, just darkness. It's not magical darkness. It's not impeding anything. It's just nighttime. And you look off in the distance and you see sunlight, but it just stops as you're in perpetual nightfall. Rush comes up to you. Sets a small, you guys are sitting in the dining chambers. Sets a small box in front of you. Yeah. All right, so what we need you to do is we need you to take this box. If you bring it to the Captillo district, you should be able to find a library district there. There should be a place that sells some stuff. That's where we're told is to go to the market district, to the Captillo area, and you'd be able to get the book that we're looking for. Should be able to get a fair trade, just even up with this. So it's a little lockbox, puts a key on it. Just do me a favor, keep it closed. This isn't for you, this is for us. It's just a little side mission, testing you on. So that'll be helpful. But yeah, other than that, I don't know, a few other members of the crew might be looking for things, but this is all we need. I don't know what you guys need. We will pay you up front for this, 25 gold each, and you'll set out a little thing, divvy out, you each get 25 gold. This is your pay for, making sure that we're all set up and we've got everything that we need here. So you get us these books. These books will translate the maps that AA can clip, and from there we can get sailing and get along with our first mission. See if we can't go and get you Essel's Guild.
Sure.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. Sounds good.
Perfect.
Before we roll out, Ila's gonna go and knock on Dorgal's door.
Yes.
Hello.
Again,
Dorgal?
the door opens and it's just
And I go to
darkness.
knock.
You knock this time. The door opens, and off into the corner, she's just kind of sitting up on a table, long legs up, arms down, and she's eating.
Dorgal,
Set something to the side.
would you like me to pick anything up for you in Dark Shore?
There are a few things that you can pick up for me, but also there are a few things you can pick up for yourself.
Sure.
She sets a small flask, sealed, on the table in front of you.
Okay.
You can trade this. And with it, I should have the right sheet. You can find me dragon's blood. Go to the Malik market. Here, the dragon's blood is traded there. Aside from that, you could also trade these. And she sets out these tubes that seem to have, give me a perception, because it's dark and you see well enough, but with the color blindness, it's kind of hard to see what's in these.
Oh, 5.
It seems to be some sort of swirling liquid. Should keep these out of direct sunlight, but you can trade these. And there's 5 of them.
Okay.
You can trade these in the Keptolo district for sooth salts.
Sooth salts?
Sooth salts. With the sooth salts, I can help you from losing your mind next time you wish to ask of the gods.
Sure. Absolutely. I thank you for your time, Dorka. I will not let you down.
I know you won't. And she goes back to just feasting on this something that you can't quite make out, especially, it's dark and it's...
My 5 perception.
She's not eating fish, is all you can tell.
Cool. Good.
Yeah.
Very good. Tasty.
The boat is being loaded up. Is there anything else you guys would like to do? Anybody else you'd like to ask if they need anything specifically? Oh, that's why. I was like, it seems kind of quiet. The background music shut off. That's loud. There we go.
I guess I could ask Laura Quinn if she needs anything since we're both performers. I mean, I figured.
You go to Laura Quinn. I mean, if you go through the Elstree district, find any instruments. I'm always looking to expand my horizons. But really, there's nothing I can think that I need.
Alright, I will keep my eye out.
The boat's getting loaded up. For the most part, you can see the crew, once they drop anchor, they kind of make themselves a little scarce. Going into their quarters, they're going off into the officers' chambers and stuff like that. And they seem to kind of vanish a little bit.
Sounds familiar.
Aiken up top, just kind of watching you guys as you get set, but then you see that the owl comes up, and there's a little magical owl that he summons, kind of comes out and starts floating around, flying around.
And there's a small boat that we're going to take.
Mhm. Yeah.
Do we have to climb down to the boat?
The boat, they lower the boat off to the side via some ropes, but they let you know that you can kind of see the boat. It pushes off about 10 feet off to the side of the edge of the boat, and then it just stops as if it's anchored in place. And they'll let you know you can just walk right down to it.
Okay. Alright, so we're doing this again. Alright. Better than climbing. And she just Hunky Dory just walks through the air straight down to the.
Didn't they really stretch their foot out of? Like waiting to fall.
Yeah. Yeah. First step's a doozy.
Cool. Let's make sure we're all set. Yeah. So when you step off the edge of the boat, there's nothing there, but your foot just catches with this invisible platform that slopes gradually down from the entire side of the ship to your little dingy little side boat. Some oars are given to you, and you guys just kind of start pushing along in. As you get closer, it does take you a little bit of time to shuttle in, as you guys are kind of on the far side of the darkness. Just pushing along in.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any signs as we approach? Anything that's kind of denoting which districts will be closest to, or what this entrance is titled as? Anything like that?
As you get closer, you can see that this is the Velarum district, and it says there's there's a wall going around the whole area and an large open bay that goes in along this peninsula. Again, the wall seems to stretch about 100 feet tall. You can see along the top there's guard posts, ballistas, trebuchets, things like that. It's definitely defended against the water. You wouldn't want to come after them. You're also noticing, give me a perception.
All of us?
Yes. We'll see who can see this wall, because it is 100 foot up in nighttime.
12.
Nat 20.
Oh, shiza.
20.
20, 21.
Oh, all right, okay. That's cool.
You're seeing trebuchets and ballista.
Cool.
You guys are seeing other types of weapon that you've never actually seen before. Things going through that you don't think you've seen before. The three of you guys can give me a history check.
No.
It's unlikely you would have seen it.
17.
What you guys are thinking you're seeing is it looks like on top of here there's also some very large mounted cannons.
Yes. Awesome.
Something that is very rare. Sailing on the ships, on the seas, you may find it here and there, but black powder is a rare thing. Smoke powder is a newer invention that they have that they're trying to magically duplicate black powder, but it's very rare as well. So you guys probably have never really dealt with this before, but here you're seeing it a little bit. As you get along in and move inside the district to this large opening to the north, just to give you context, you're kind of sailing in alongside into this little area here. So you're sailing in alongside where this large wall is on the shore, sailing into this open docks. You're seeing, you guys are just kind of rowing in and letting the tide kind of take along with you.
Is there other barriers aside from just that outside wall? Is there like an inner wall or any other?
There are walls along the shore, but about probably half a mile into this alcove, the walls stop and it goes through. That being said, as you're moving in, you start seeing these districts, and even inside these cities, you're seeing this wall that seems to go, it doesn't go quite that 100 feet up, but it looks like it goes about 75 feet up, maybe 50 feet up in places, but you're seeing this wall that just encompasses the entire inner area of the city. You're seeing little places with open docks and things like that. Lots and lots of drow, many drow in heavy armor, standing at the edge of docks. Ships move along and hand in papers and give things like that. You're also seeing lots and lots of orcs. You're seeing some goblins moving about, half orcs, few halfling, not a whole lot, but primarily orcs and goblins that are unloading ships, but more so they're loading ships. You see small bits of stuff being taken off, but for the most part, everything that's going in to the... Let's try to not have that being burned. For the most part, everything that's taking place here looks to be export. There's not a lot of import here. What would you guys like to do?
Well, have many of you dealt with the Drow before?
I have not.
I must confess I have not seen many in my travels either.
If you, like I said, I have a contact here. I don't know if he's still here, but
Is there an open dock out of the way?
There's enough open docks. This entire area is miles of docks. So
Let's see if we can find something that's not hidden, but a little bit more secluded.
A little
And,
more discreet.
See if anybody makes a fuss about us landing, and we'll see where we land. See where we go from there.
Sure.
give me Ela. You can give me a religion check with disadvantage
Disadvantage.
because it's not quite your style.
Double threes.
So see, the disadvantage doesn't even matter.
It's gonna put me at 4.
4.
No idea what's happening around here.
The word Verum, you can tell it's a proper name, but it doesn't really recall. It doesn't really come to mind for you on anything. Same with Malik, Keptolo. Just nothing that really seems to catch for you.
All I know about this place and the districts that I've heard of is they are proper names. I do not understand if they have meaning or who they are attributed to, but they must be named after someone or something important.
You pull up to some docks, to one of the docks that's mostly empty, and you can kind of just row on in. When you get there, one of the elves walks up to you. Looks like it's probably male, but he's adorned in pretty heavy armor. Has a face mask that looks like an elven face, but you really can't tell the features on it. It's very distinct, or very general. You're noticing that most of the guards, as you get closer, have these masks on as well. The guard looks over your ship without saying anything, and an orc kind of tosses a rope to you. Helps you guys get set. Orc looks at you guys. How long you staying for?
How long?
only as long as we need to.
Looking to have your ship protected?
Do we need to have our ship protected?
I don't know, is this your ship? You guys are now standing on the docks next to this, like he helps you off the boat. He goes,
Says ship, it's literally a rowboat.
it's like it's just a little boat, but still. He goes,
Well, but he asked if it was ours. It's
he
definitely not
goes,
ours.
do you need
Well,
me
no, it's
to
ours.
protect this?
No, we'll manage.
That's fine.
You'll be right. Is nothing of importance on here.
Well, we can log it for you under your name, under your crew. It's a gold a day, just to make sure that it's safe. Nothing happens to it.
Okay.
I'll pony that up.
You are my favorite, North. Sink.
Do you want to, when you're docking, just one option you have. So when you're sailing in, you're sailing south along this channel, down along through here. This is kind of where you guys are at. So you're sailing down into this channel. Do you want to go onto the peninsula along where the very large wall is, or do you want to go more inland? Which side would you want to dock on? There's docks on both sides.
I have the suspicion the stuff that we've been asked to do is on both sides. Or is it on one side or the
I
other?
think
There is-
Potential.
Valenza would be.
There are a few places that we must hit. Maybe start at the peninsula and work around.
That's what I
Where
think.
is
See
the
the whole
ship
town.
anchored at relative to where we are?
For where you guys are at, the ship is basically anchored out right here.
Okay.
So they came along in and then anchored like right in this area here. And you saw there's other ships anchored. I mean, there's quite a bit of ships that are anchored out here, and they just send in rowboats of crews to handle stuff. It's a way to work around having any issues with it, customs, if you've got illegal stuff or
Absolutely.
wanted people on your ship, or if just you're not looking to deal with it. As you can see here, immediately once you get here, they're like, "Yeah, you have to pay." Now,
When
one
are
of
you-
you
when are
you guys
you
wouldn't
eating?
have to
Right.
pay, but one of you would have to stay with the ship. Otherwise, there's a potential that somebody might just row off with your rowboat.
That's what I was. That was what I was thinking.
Well,
I
if
was
somebody
well,
else
I'm
can
gonna
do it.
have
I
to stay.
mean, says we can't do it.
This is true. Then again,
But I'm
the,
not really
the person who
like-
parks the Cadillac with the keys on it downtown, you don't want to steal the Cadillac from.
Right.
So the people who aren't paying protection don't need to pay protection necessarily.
Are we still near the guards?
Well, I need to know which side you guys would have wanted to. Would you want to be peninsula side or mainland
Yeah.
side?
Peninsula.
We'll do peninsula side.
So you go peninsula side, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, he says it's a gold for a day. How many days do you want to book out protection for?
Three.
Yeah, I'll put your gold.
3?
Just to be safe.
Sure. Okay. Sure.
3 days.
Okay.
That's fair. I'll keep your ship here safe for 3 days. He gives you a little sheet that you just have to sign your name and the name of your ship.
Row Betty.
You're guessing that obviously this is meant more so for bigger ships, but still.
Yeah.
So he gives you that. Says, and then he gives you a little wooden coin. He goes, if you need to, since you're here for 3 days, use this for a discount at the Dolphin Knot.
Thank you very much. That's very kind.
What was it called?
The Dolphin Knot?
Dolphin? Like the...
The
is that-
Doff and Knot.
Right. Of course. I understand.
As you guys are going through, you see these docks.
No.
Okay.
No, we're solid.
Do any of you guys speak Orc? He could probably explain a little bit better in Orc to you.
No.
No,
No.
None of us speak Orc. Oh no.
it's fine.
It's all good.
It's not important.
Oh,
Thought I had one.
The little coin though, it does say on it, Doff, in with like just an N, and then not like cannot.
Okay.
On the back side of it, you see kind of what looks like a U, and then halfway down it you see this little X on it. You get the feeling that it's basically maybe halfway through the dock district on this side. You can find this place. The area, you're seeing lots and lots of carts and wagons being loaded up and unloading stuff onto ships. The few things that are being imported are being put onto carts and brought down. But again, for the most part, a lot of this is exports. There's some roads headed to the south. You're pretty far north right now, so there's not a whole lot north of where you're at. What would you guys like to do?
I don't know. Is there a goblin nearby? As we're kind of like just walking away from the
There are
house?
tons of goblins nearby.
One
I
that's
mean,
just
lots
sort
of them just loading carts and stuff.
One that's just sort of passing by, or that we're passing by.
Mm-hmm.
It's just kind of.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Which district are we in or closest to right now, friend?
You are currently in the Valerum, the dock districts.
Verum is the Dark District.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful, thank you very much.
And she'll toss a couple copper at him.
He takes the copper. Is there something specifically you're looking for? I can help you find.
Well, eventually we have many stops, but the main one is the Capitolo District. Capitolo?
Capitolo?
Capitolo.
Capitolo, yeah. Capitolo district, if you're looking for that, you're going to want to head down or you're going to head across. It's not out here. On this side, you're just going to have the Valerum and the Salvatrum district.
Verum and
Salvatrum district?
And where might the Malik District be located amongst
Right next to
all?
the Capitolo district.
On the way?
Just past. Well, if you go across, it's on the way. If you head down and cut over, it's going to be just past. Are you looking for the housing in the noble district or for the market district?
Mostly market district.
Yeah, so head south, cut across. When the water stops, go that way.
Fair enough. Thank you, friend. Here,
And she'll flick a silver out.
It takes it.
for your time, friend.
If you want to get there faster, you can get a wall walk.
You can pay to traverse on the walls?
Yeah, you can get escorted trip. It's going to be your best way to get about. If you're Torrens. And he just kind of walks off. You can see he's kind of falling behind a group, and you see a couple of them stopping. They're looking at him, and then like you toss him the coin, and they're all like eyes kind of beating out. Like he gets over there, and you see a kind of bigger goblin pushes at him a little bit, and he pulls out the silver, gives him the silver, but keeps the copper.
Figured much. Well, then I hope that was clear as mud. Yes?
Who speaks Elven? The two of you. Perfect. You are seeing signs in Elven, and one of them does. There's stairs that lead up towards the top of the wall in certain places, and one of them it does say wall walk tours. Give me a perception, actually.
Everybody again.
Hmm? 3?
8?
8. You had the look of 3 on your face.
3. I can't be stealth.
7.
7.
9.
9.
We're all not
What
seeing
was it?
Shit.
Perception.
Dark.
It's nighttime.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 22. So you guys, you're looking up and you're reading the signs and kind of going through. You're kind of still looking at the architecture and stuff around. It's pretty crazy because there's just this giant wall and there's walls all around. They're a good ways off, as this is a huge city. You're noticing though, along the wall, you see what looks like almost like a big spider with like a humanoid forefront, almost looking thing, scurry along. He's like walking along the wall, and he's got Toad behind him, running along this little groove. Is almost like a little maybe like a cart with no wheels kind of feel, and he's just dragging along the walls or running along towards the top.
Want no part in the spider carts. Golrak has no interest in messing with spider carts.
You don't want to go for a spider cart ride?
No, I do not.
That sounds amazing.
You haven't. He's seen the spiders. You guys haven't seen the spiders. You just know that it's the wall walk.
There are wall walks.
But you know, like, maybe that's our way.
I don't see necessarily what you are talking about, but these signs all say that's the way to wall walk tours. We can get a tour of the city.
I don't know what kind of time we have, but
3 days,
We've got at least
apparently.
3 days.
what are we doing? Going to the carnival while we're here?
I mean, we're here. I have a laundry list of things to get done for Dorgo.
Fine, we can go on the tour.
Excellent.
So you guys stand these steep steps along this wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Climbing up the steps. Of course, we're no longer on a boat, and you just died. Sorry.
That's what happens. I
Start
fall off
rolling.
boats, dude.
Start rolling.
Yeah, it's the-
We already knew this.
You climb up and you see, you get to an area. This wall again is about 100 foot because you're on the exterior side. But you're seeing this stops at about 70 feet up. So just below the size of the far walls and such. You're seeing there are extra stairs and stuff going up, but stairs that have been lifted up so that you can't get up higher. And there's a platform here. On the platform, you're seeing lots of these carts that seem to not have wheels, but instead they have on one side this like pin that comes out and almost like a rolling wheel type thing. And you're seeing that there's these metal tracks along the walls, just 2 metal pieces and an in-grouped area. One of these wagons is actually locked into that area. You hear a voice kind of coming out from behind one of the carts. He goes, "Are you looking for a taxi or are you looking for a tour?" As a head pin comes up, and it's just this gray head with 8 yellow eyes and little fangs kind of coming up. You see 2 kind of normal hands, but it's all a gray body. Comes up. Says, "What are you looking for?"
We are looking for your tour services.
"So I can give you a full tour of the lands for 5 gold.
Alright.
Or if you're looking to go somewhere specific, it's 2 gold, depending on which district you want to go to.
So it is also taxi services. That's
It's easier to transport things."
convenient.
What do you guys want to do? Do you want to have a tour, or do we want to?
Go someplace specific. Might as well get the whole tour. If we pay for the whole tour, does it end where we began?
It doesn't have to.
So you get the tour.
If you pay
and
the whole
end
tour
up-
and you want to end somewhere else, and they don't have to come all the way back here without an extra fare, that works.
Sure.
There's one stopping point for us in each district,
All right.
unless you wish to just jump out of the cart. Some people do.
Shall we get straight to business then? We end in the Capitolo district.
Sounds good to me.
Sure. A tour ending in the Capitolo district, please.
Can do that.
I'll pay for this, guys.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much.
The cart kind of gets pushed away out of the way as this creature moves along, and what you're seeing is basically like a big spider-like creature that gets you guys into a cart, load you along, and starts scuttling along this wall at a pretty quickened pace, just kind of trucking along, and just starts moving along and is just carrying you along.
Awesome.
I would straight shit.
This is fucking cool.
You are 70 feet up.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I would definitely be shitting.
You can see on far walls every now and then you're seeing another one of these carts. Now that you're at that same level with it, you're kind of watching. You're seeing that some of these carts go through. At certain places, there'll be these little spots where he'll move along and he'll stop and he'll like lift up into this little groove that goes through, and other people will go past. Travels for about 15 minutes and then stops. At this point, you're looking out along kind of the dock. We're currently in the Salvatron district. Salvatron district is the protection district. It encompasses the entire city of Dark Shore. This is where you'll find the Grand Wall. This is where you'll find most protections. Any questions on the Salvatron district?
Silvertron is mostly in defenses, fortifications, nothing quite like inns or taverns.
Not really into taverns. There are some close. In the Valorum district, you will find we have a couple taverns. The one that was nearest to you is on this side is the Dolphin Knot. On the far side, you have dockside bedding. Just depends on what you're looking for.
Sure.
Is that the name of the place?
Dockside bedding.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's blunt and he gets to the point. He's like, "Oh, hey, you're not on a ship anymore. You've been sleeping in hammocks. Well, I've got dockside bedding." And that's literally the name of his place. Looking out from here, you can see the expanse of the Valorum district. And then he kind of goes through and he's showing you there's kind of a break in between this. You're seeing from this position that you can't quite see past the walls, but you can tell that there's walls going through. And there's some smaller walls as well separating out the larger districts. Just huge, this dark gray stone walls. Give me, what is it? You get history with advantage for stoneworking? Right, give me a history with advantage.
Roll something crazy. That's not a one. Just drop another nat one.
Right.
Is anything like soda?
I'll take a Pepsi while you're up.
History plus double proficiency, so history.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, yeah.
So plus 3. 14.
14. Yeah, absolutely. What you're noticing is that a lot of this stonework, it doesn't look like it was tooled. You're thinking a lot of this is magic, like magically in place.
Maybe like stone shape.
Could be stone shape, could be things along that line. There are different magics that'll do this, but yeah, it's not. It looks like if somebody did just build these walls, they were then later magically refined to be smooth and set. But you do also know, you would know from this point in time, just because you're from here. The last time you were this far south, this place did not exist. It's been a couple years, but this place has only been here for probably about a year. It's a new town. It's sprung up pretty heavily, so you're thinking that they used some pretty high magics to get this in place. As he continues along the wall, you see at different points a few of the carts will go and they'll pull up into those little like slots, and you'll literally just watch elves just kind of do this thing. These drow, they just cast something and they step off and then they just float down to wherever it is that they're going. So it seems to be something that they can do. As you pass along, you pass a second wall that's a little bit shorter. It's a 50-foot wall, right towards the end of the
Selvit.
So what you guys are moving along right now is you're moving along this wall here on the inside. So you pass one of these 50-foot walls, you move past the second 50-foot wall, and she actually points out, and you see these different districts. There's 8 little segments that you're kind of looking at of this 50-foot wall. She says to you, this right here is the market district. There's several different aspects of it. Points to the right below you. This is the Gonadar district. Points to the next two that are kind of in the middle, as there's 3 segments going away from you. The first one is one large segment that still has a little bit of docks, but you're seeing that there's, or a little bit of water, but there's not a lot of docks. That's the one that she says is the Gonadar district. Past that, there's 2 segments of the market that is separated by just one wall. You're not seeing a lot of buildings. It seems to be open, and that's where you're seeing like a lot of this road goes through, and there's carts and wagons and things strewn about. She lets you know this is the bazaar. And then to the next part, you're seeing 4 different segments that she points out as the market district. The north end is the Elstree district. Below that is the Sinzarin district. Then you've got the Keptolo district and the Malik district.
Nice. And that's all the market districts.
And that's the entire market district. She locks down and you guys go in. Any questions over the market district?
I don't have any particular.
Locks down, kind of drops in, and starts pulling along, moving at just, again, a very quickened pace. Pulling along, and you're shooting along this wall here, going towards the center of the area. She'll stop on the other side of the wall here, and kind of goes up along this little channel, and you guys are kind of to the top of the wall now. On the far side here, you've got the Gonadar district. Any questions? It's just a housing district. As you're looking out along this district, it's kind of a little squalid. Definitely looks pretty not very well kept. You're noticing that there's an exterior wall going along this whole area. So this bay here seems to be kind of walled off by a 50-foot wall, whereas the dock side, all this was open. This area is completely walled off. You are seeing some docks in the area, in this bay, but they all have the same very black, purple sail warships. And it looks like pretty much a whole fleet is locked in there. Now, in the Gonadar district, you are noticing that there is a couple of channels going through this, but they're walled off. Looks like maybe the water goes through, but you're seeing kind of like barred off gates. So there's channels and like kind of locks with small boats moving along throughout the area. The roads look like they're just kind of made of mud. It's just kind of a gross place. All these buildings are very small. You're not seeing any of these towering buildings that are coming up near the size of the walls, stuff like that. A little bit more of a shanty town feel. Any questions or anything you need to know about the Gonadar district?
Doesn't have any.
No. Just enjoying the ride.
Start shooting along the market. Cuts along the market wall. Gets to the last part of the market, and you can see as you come along this edge and come through here, she'll stop about halfway through. There's a wall that's going in below you, one of the 50-foot walls. This one being at the side is about 75. You're about 70 feet up. In the center, there's a very round district. She'll see. That is the Dark Salandri. This is the capital district. Give me religion on that. Sorry, Dark Saldarine.
17.
Yeah, you recognize that. So the Dark Saldarine is kind of a play on the Saldarine. It's basically an idea of like a council of drow gods. At which point you're kind of getting a feel like a lot of these districts are named after historical drow leaders or historical drow figures that in drow lore are viewed as gods
Gotcha.
to an extent. But continue on for a little bit. And you stop about 15 minutes later at the edge of this wall. And she goes, beyond here is the Kiran Slee district. This is the military district. I cannot bring you through there, and you can actually see the there's no actual way to get in there. It just stops. She has to drop down and move along the wall to bring you around on the market side. But on the far side, you can kind of see you know that there's the wall there. You can't quite see over the wall, but you guys see just kind of some smoke coming up from there. You're seeing in the smoke little flashes, sounds of forges going, fires off to the distance, metal being hammered, lots of going-ons on the other side of that wall. You can't quite see what's happening. Shoots across the market district, comes in and says, we're now entering the Malik district. He's running you along the top of a wall now. On both sides, he says, these are the two Malik districts. On the far side, you see basically there's one district and then the capital on one side and then two districts on the other side of these little areas. It says the entire far district encompassing the entire area is a continuation of the Silvertown district. But this is the Malik district. Runs along. On one side you have the Noble district that connects over to the Market district. On the other side you have the main district, which is where you'll find most of your housing and general going-ons. That's where you'll also find temples and such. Do you have any questions or anything you're looking for in the Malik district?
Particularly the Malik district that is a part of the market was further back where we came from.
That's the last place we just went through.
Of course.
Yes. And you can see there's a pretty substantial wall. The dividing wall between these districts is still 50 foot tall, but you can see it's a little bit thinner, and you can see there's archways in this one where just large groups of people can kind of travel in between. A lot of the other districts, it looks like you actually have to go up to the wall and go through. As you're seeing this, there are stairways that go up to the top of the walls, and you see guards posted on there, and they'll kind of check people moving throughout the districts. Once you're in a district, you can pretty much freely move about, but going from one district to another just requires inspection for certain areas. Certain places you're just not allowed to be. Noble districts, capital districts. Just if you don't have business, you don't have business.
Sure.
But you had a question for the Malik Market District?
Yes, I am particularly looking for trading for dragon's blood. I hear is a regular commodity. Well, maybe not regular, but something slightly more common in the Malik district.
From what I know, dragon's blood is illegal. Right? It's not something that you would openly trade for.
No?
That's just what I hear.
And why is it illegal? Do we know?
Because it's a volatile substance.
Is it considered volatile? I had no idea.
Absolutely. It's illegal, and we would never trade something like that here in the fine area of Dark Shore.
Of course, never. If we were instead, you say, maybe look for important, say, reading. There are libraries within the market district, or is that somewhere else entirely in the capital district?
Well, in the Capitolo district, there's a grand library, and then also, if you want, you can also buy books. There is a shop in the Capitolo market that sells books. You're looking for the traveling tome, or traveler's tome. Traveler's tome.
Traveler's Tome in the
They
market.
sell books and
Capital.
scrolls and all that sort of wizardly things. But not magic books, just normal books.
Of course. Avid readers and learning of mythical creatures of such. So
Absolutely. But yes, as far as Dragon's Blood, I wouldn't be able to help you with that because that is an illegal thing that we don't deal in.
I thank you for the information. I don't know much about the customs here. So
Where's the black market at, y'all?
Continues along. Goes past another more substantial wall that's fully cut off. Moving along. Again, there's two districts to one side, one to the other, with the capital district in the center. As he says, this is the Capitolo district. This is where I will drop you off on the way back. I will drop you on the market side.
sure.
Any questions about the Capitolo district or anything you're looking for specifically here? Kind of points out, this is the Grand Library, and she points to this very large building. This is where they study. This is where a lot of people bring and come to gather knowledge. You can see it's very active these days. Should be for the rest of the month.
Of course. Is there any place you would recommend for, say, alchemical goods? Flasks, vials, a kit to maybe work with different solutions?
A lot of places in the market would have that.
Okay.
Something you could get. Any other questions on Capitolo? She starts skittering up and picking up the pace again, just moving along. Moving, you pass through another wall. You're moving along. She says, "This is the Zinzirina district." You're seeing lots of very large temples and such off to the different sides. These are known as the this is the holy district to a lot of people, the divine district, as opposed to Malik and Capitolo, which are more arcane districts. But this is also a place well known for its great illusions and shows and wonderment. There's actually a show going on here for the rest of the day, or for the rest of the week. If you're interested, you can check it out if you like watching pyromancers. So it's moving along, scurrying out. Any questions on Zinzirina district?
I think I'm alright.
Sorry, scurrying along, cuts through and moves a little while. Stops in the middle of another district. This is the Elistray district, leading to the docks. You've kind of come full circle in this area. It's been a couple of hours travel now because it's a very large city, and you're looking at 15 to 30 minutes between each of these districts. It goes through.
Pulling out the tiniest little bit of dried rations and just snacking.
This is the Elistray district. It's the Moonlight district. This is where you'll find a lot of festivities. You'll find the open adoration of music and dance, and sword dance, such. Anything in particular you're looking for in the Elstree district, or anything you might need here?
Well, you said it's about music and everything, so I'm gonna suppose that they have instruments down there.
Yeah, you have every instrument you could imagine down there. You can hear just music coming up. This is where we have a lot of colleges located that work with some of the stuff. They actually do large bits of, let's see, it would be past lunch. I mean, if you wanted, I could leave you here and you could watch. You'll see the blade dancers will come out and probably be performing here in the next hour or so.
We can always come back.
Do you have a
They
couple
perform every night.
Yes, the college, they come out and as part of their training they perform.
days? I'm coming back at a later time.
It would be something to see for sure.
Starts scurrying along and cutting back along. You're seeing the docks in this area again. Moving along to the south of the Elstree district. You're now on the dock side of the markets, coming along through the market district. She goes again. This is the Elstree market. This is the Zinzarina market. To the other side is the bazaar. And moves along and goes, and this is the Keptolo district. And this is the Keptolo market. Goes through, locks down into a little platform that has the stairs coming down. And goes, and this is where we will be ending our tour.
Perfect. I appreciate your time. The information and discretion you provide is also appreciated. And she'll reach out and hand over 2 gold
2 gold? Of course.
for the little extra.
Well, there's no one up on this platform right away. She goes, oh, well, thank you. I'm always discreet in things. If by chance you can't find what you're looking for in the Keptolo district, and you end up in the Malak market, I would check out the wilds of the top world. Wilds of the top world. If you can't find the book you're looking for here, you might be able to find what you're looking for there.
Thank you. That would be wonderful. Do you have a place that you tend to originate or start from for your tours? Are you always on the north side, or?
Just wherever I stop. If nothing comes along, I'll move to the docks.
Sure. Well, if we get to see you again, it would be a pleasure. But otherwise, this was amazing.
And like literally while you're talking, like 2 more come by, and it's like basically the same thing.
A few different people.
There's definitely, like, as you're moving through, you probably notice at least a dozen of these wagons in motion, moving about the area.
Very interesting.
This was great.
Yeah.
Much appreciated. Golrak,
I'm just speechless.
holding
Just
up
wide-eyed and
alright.
speechless.
He's just like,
White knuckle.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Ready to head on down.
Can we go to the library now?
We'll make our way there. Yeah.
They have to peel me out of there.
we're just like, oh no.
Is it a hide scene? Is it?
And I'm like whispering,
Is it a hide scene? Is it a spider scene?
It's everything. It's the
All
whole
of it?
thing.
It's a whole. Okay.
I personally enjoyed it.
Sounds That was wonderful.
It's a whole new world.
Don't you dare close your eyes.
God damn it, it's moving my head.
Literally never seen anything like it.
Yes, you got a walk amongst this entire area.
Sweet. Nice. So yeah. So we're down in the Capitolo market district.
Well, you're at a you're up on the platform now. You can
Yeah.
walk down, or you
Walk
can
down.
go up over the wall. At this point, it's only 5 feet up, and you can go over the wall. You notice that when you go up, there's the next stairs to go down. Between them, there's little guard towers. So you'd have to go up, walk through a guard tower, and then go to the steps going down the other side.
Up and over?
To the library or start in the market?
Well, you're down in the Capitola Market area.
So there you go.
Yeah, so we're here. We can maybe start at the Traveler's Tome. Get lucky. We can just buy it off the shelf and not ever have to look at another book again.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
What are the odds of that?
There's walk into the Traveler's Tome. Just kind of reading signs for the best.
Yeah, because I can't read.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just a dumb dwarf in Elvish Town. Yeah.
There are some signs in common as well, but for the most part, yeah, it's all, almost all in Elvish.
That you understand?
Yes.
Perfect. I don't know why you think I would understand.
She like reaches up and kind of like grabs the little like earrings at the top of her ears.
Would have never guessed.
Couple pairs of eyes is all I need.
You start going down. It's a very nice district. You're seeing that there's lots of people out. It almost looks like they're celebrating, but also it's kind of weird because it is still cold. There's a bit of snow out, but it looks like the walls kind of help to keep some of the stuff from happening. The snow that has fallen, though, you're looking at it and it's like, oh wow, there's snow here, and it looks like a lot of it is old. The roads are relatively clear, though. They're cleared and they're dried. It's kind of weird because you'll literally see like edges of snows where it's almost like jagged edges of certain snowbanks that are like a foot to 2 feet tall in some places. And it's just this jagged, icy edge. Almost looks like somebody has come through and just magically like used fire to just destroy water, going through with just like flame and going through because
It's just the road.
it's almost like for some reason the sun doesn't come through here and naturally melt stuff as it's perpetual nighttime.
Yeah.
So you're seeing a bit of snow, but there's festivities going on, but also you're seeing lots of people who are dressed in like these kind of fancy robes and stuff like that, who look like they're maybe celebrating the festivities, but in doing so they're just kind of like posted up reading books. And there's people with tomes open and they're arguing about different interpretations of things that are being said and things like that. Going through, and there's a couple different shops here and there, some signs pointed off to different shops. There's general goods in a lot of areas. There's wagons and things pulled up in different areas. But do you want to just look specifically for the Traveler's Tome?
For now, I think that would work.
Yeah.
Business first, pleasure later.
Yeah, start trying to nail some things off the list. And
Sounds
then we
good.
can have fun. So we must do
Like-
everything we need to do today. That way we can have fun for the next couple of days.
Sounds great to me.
Like I
So,
said, let's go fuck myself.
Yeah.
of course. I hear they have dockside bedding for that. Right up your alley.
No?
Walking, talking, talking.
Yeah, of course. Give me a investigation.
Shit.
The two of you guys can go, or one of you can roll with advantage if the other one just assists.
How about I assist you?
What's your investigation?
1.
1.
Okay, well,
All right, I'll roll.
my
I'll roll.
dice have been terrible.
I'll
I'm
roll.
gonna assist you.
All right.
Oh!
So 21.
21?
With our powers combined.
Yeah. You go through and you see there's some libraries. There's a couple places, but a lot of them seem to be kind of closed off, locked doors. You'll watch occasionally a drow will walk up to the place and like the door will unlock and they'll go in, and then as soon as the door closes behind them, you hear click, click, and this thing's locking off, as if certain things are maybe just kind of restricted at this point. You're also seeing lots of buildings that are here, but not yet occupied. Looks like, of course, this town is still being built. It's not fully populated. But you move along and you do find a book or a building. The front of it's looks like a book that's open but placed like face down, and you're seeing it says the Traveler's Tome across it.
I believe that is what we were looking for.
Perfect. Leads away.
Right. I'll go into the Traveler's Tomb. I'll walk up to the bookkeep.
So when you enter in, there is a brass dragonborn in here. Turns. Welcome, travelers, to the Traveler's Tome. Can I help you find something?
Have I seen a brass dragon even just like in the Golden Castle before or anything like that?
Brass dragonborn? Up north? A pretty decent chance. You'll recognize what he is, but no, you have not.
Never seen.
You've never seen a brass dragonborn. You've definitely seen other dragonborn though, but
Yeah.
If not, but you like fit in perfectly in my hometown.
Eli, do you remember the name of the book that we were looking for?
It should be. Weird.
They wrote it down. I
I forgot to write it down. That's why.
did. Taking my own notes.
Yes,
I was trying to find it.
It's like
so you weren't actually given
not
a
a
specific name. You were given
No,
a
we were given
lockbox
You're given the
that you're supposed to be trading for a book.
the
Okay.
description,
I thought.
which I wrote it down somewhere and I just can't find where I freaking wrote it down. But it's
You're
mostly
just not supposed to open it.
it's
Yeah, don't open the box.
it's for looking for a tome to translate runes.
Ah, okay, so.
A tome for maybe the origin and translation of runes, runic symbols.
I have a lot of stuff that would fit that description. Is this a pre-order anything?
It
Yes.
is. We have something to trade from the Black Betty. If you have anybody on the docket for that.
Potentially. I've been in communications with several people, but you said you had something to trade with it. Does that have any information on what exactly it is that you are looking for?
It is a locked box.
Yeah. Pull it out and.
Wow, what's
show
that?
'em what
You have a
What's our
key.
captain's
You have a
name?
key.
Yeah, with the key.
Runefang. Captain Runefang.
Have you been in contact with Captain Brunfang?
Pulls out a ledger in front of him. I don't have anything for Black Betty or Captain Runefang here, unfortunately.
Yeah. If you don't, then I suppose what we're looking for is located elsewhere. Unfortunately. Do you happen to have any books on maybe, say, the Jinn kind?
Yes.
Something like that?
I have information on it. Is there a specific tome you want to have? I have a four-tome series
You do?
talking about all of them. Yes. He kind of walks away and goes towards the back and starts rummaging through a bunch of the shelves that he has in the back. And they'll bring out 4 of these like iron-bound tomes. There's 4 of them separately, but they all kind of click together as well. Sits it down and goes through and starts pulling open, and literally has like histories of Djinn, powerful, different type of them and such like that. Goes through Djinn, Ifrit, Dao, and Merid.
How much for the collection?
For this collection, it would be this would be 45 gold.
You have to ask, you can't afford it.
45 gold pieces. That is a lot.
For the set, or 20 each.
For the set, 20 each. Normally they are 20 each. So you're looking at 80, so 65. Is that
45.
or 45. That is a very good deal.
Great deal for the set.
I will absolutely purchase that.
Absolutely.
She'll
Side.
reach into her pouch.
This was getting a bit too large for my liking anyway.
And hands over basically her whole fucking pouch. But 45 gold of it.
Absolutely. She'll hand you the 4 tomes, which have lots and lots and lots of information on all times. With this, I'll basically, if you're trying to do any checks that have to do with them, and you have the ability to reference these books, or if you spend time researching these books and committing them to memory, you basically get expertise and advantage on any checks for these.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sure, we spend lots of time.
Mm-hmm.
We're on a boat all the time.
Yeah.
well, glad that we were at least able to
Give me an investigation.
yes, partake of the services here.
10. Because it's something that you're used to, you do notice a different name on this ledger that's upside down that you've been looking for a while.
Oh,
It's a name that you have on a scroll that you've thought of for a while, and so like you're used to catching that name. You do notice that that name is scrolled in here. There's no Runefang and there's no Black Betty, but there is another name.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Do you have anything set aside for a Lorquin?
Lorquin, yes. Lorquin was supposed to be sending me information on a package they were looking for. It's weird. It's almost like the ship's diplomat might have set this up as opposed to the captain specifically.
Yeah, God damn it.
oh, I see. I'll
Yeah.
just go fuck myself then.
Yeah. Well played.
Yes, they didn't want to openly speak exactly about what they're looking for. You know, sailors and worries about people overhearing what they're saying, but
Oh no, they're gonna
I'm
look
supposed to
for
send
the
me
same stuff as us. I get it.
you know how people are. Pirates just like to bury things.
Which, I mean, obviously that's the greatest thing to do with your stuff.
Just put it in the ground.
Of course. No one would ever find it there.
Do you, if I could look over that case?
Yeah, I'll place it on the.
Yeah.
He swallowed the key. You have to wait a few hours. Should pass quickly.
Can I see the key? Do one of you have the key? He takes the key.
Sorry, 1 second.
Opens it up and pulls out, and you see that there's a rolled up piece of paper, and then there is a row of coins, and it's just platinum coins. You're looking at probably about 75 platinum in here. And there's a scroll rolled up in it as well. Goes through. Yes, I can get all of this. I don't have all of it on hand. I would have to get some sent from the Captolo Library and some sent from the Grand Library of Menzo Branson. I should be able to have it for you in about a day.
Okay.
That is exquisite.
Yes.
Seeing as we have extra days
Yeah.
spare.
That's great. Is there a particular time tomorrow you would like us to return?
It'll take me at least a day. I would say give me 25, 26 hours. If you can keep track of that, I know it's difficult. Do you have means of contacting me magically?
Not magically, no.
No? Okay, well,
But I have a good internal clock.
okay. I know a lot of people tend to lose track here. But as per agreement, I will keep this for now. And I will get you all your books in about a day.
Okay.
Sure. Easy enough. Anything else you would like?
No.
Is there anything else specifically you're looking for? Are you looking for any scrolls? I have spells for sale. I have different things that you can potentially use. You guys are the magic tome types.
I have not enough, unfortunately. I will have to come back.
Do any of you tome type?
I guess maybe like a scroll of like healing or something of that sort.
I do have scrolls of healing. Are you looking for like base healing spells? Are you looking for more powerful healing spells? Are you looking for something that you can... I mean, I do more. A lot of my scrolls are arcane, and they're designed to be written into a tome for multiple use. But I have scrolls that you can use for just base casting. If you're looking for something, kind of looks you up and down. Guessing you're looking for things like healing word.
Yes.
I have
Yeah.
access to those. Absolutely.
Okay, and how much would
A scroll of healing word would cost, for just the basic, would be 75 gold. But when it comes down to life or death, that's a great deal.
yes, I appreciate the offer, but my coinage is a bit on the lower side than that.
Understandable. Anything? No? Okay. And you know you can get a hold of other stuff and put it into that. If you get
Oh,
access to ritual spells, you can add them in.
Okay.
I know you haven't played around with that yet.
Yeah.
But anything with the ritual tag can be added into your book.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay. Yeah,
So if there's-
I was looking at it as soon as you said tone. I was like, oh yeah, wait a minute.
Yeah, rituals you can start adding stuff into.
Yeah, I didn't.
And then rituals, remember, with a ritual, you can cast it as a ritual, which means it takes 10 minutes to cast it, but it doesn't count against your spell slots.
Yeah.
That's really nice.
Yeah. I don't know what rituals you have already.
Is it just the cantrips that I have listed here?
should be other ones in addition to that, yes.
There's that. Am I looking in the right place?
So those are the cantrips, but it says like oh, never mind. It's you don't have the other part to that. So you have the cantrips and you have that. There's actually it's a pact or it's an invocation. You take the book of ancient secrets and that turns it into where you can keep all the different stuff.
Okay.
Then you get a bunch of stuff. So
Gotcha.
it's not something you have yet. That's right.
Okay. We're gonna go and try.
Right. I was like, oh yeah, that's right. That's right. So for now, it's just the cantrips and such.
That's fine.
But you'll be able to at later
Yeah.
points get that and
Okay.
translate it in. Yeah, for sure. I was like, I knew you should have had some, but that's why we don't have it. Is because you went with the spear, which is a good one. But yeah, scrolls, other books. Is there anything else that you guys are looking for?
Not that. Well. Wouldn't happen to have anything like instruction manuals, such as applying different alchemical oils to a blade or something like that?
Are you looking for an alchemy training book, which will apply the alchemy, like quicksilver and ghost touch oils and things like that? Or are you looking for something that'll help you with applying things like poisons? Because they're
Are you a
different
narc?
books.
Because if you are, you have to tell me.
You are in the city, Dark Shore, which is a Drow-ran town, and let's just say that Drow are people of poison and blood.
Okay, well, then absolutely looking for something of instruction for poisons. Yes.
You're looking for something to train you how to use a poisoner's kit?
Yeah, I would like
Or
to
you have to
not
use poisons?
kill myself. Yes, that would be wonderful.
I do have these tomes available for you, but they are a little pricey.
Yes.
I would have a couple of those on hand. You'd be looking at 250 gold.
250 for one of them, I'm assuming.
For a trade book
Of course.
on poisons. Now this will help you in learning how to use and apply different poisons. It'll also help you with learning how to harvest and find different poisons, understanding the ways to go about it, how to use a poisoner's kit, and it also comes with the basic poisoner's kit.
Of course. Are you particularly interested in trade? Or I might have to come back.
I mean, I could be interested.
Would you have use for, say, potions of healing?
I can trade them off. I don't specifically deal in them. I do more of scrolls of healing.
Of course. At the moment I am unfortunately tapped for a lot of money at the moment, but I would like to return.
Well, because of the business we've done, I will continue to give you because I know Laura Quinn through our dealings. I will continue to give you the discount. The 250 is a discounted rate. Normally I would charge 300 plus the cost of the gate, depending on what the supplies are. For ones that come. Of course, like, if you want to learn how to work an anvil, I don't give you an anvil. It's just not practical.
Of course. Of course.
I can give you the basic tools, though.
Yes. I think I will do my best to acquire those funds by tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, is there anything else I can get for you or help you find?
your service.
This was great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Of course. Well, if you need anything, my name is Gethelsvek, and I will help you any way I can.
Get us back.
Gethelsvek.
And I speak Draconic.
You do?
Of
Yeah.
course.
It kind of translates out to like that which knows.
Yeah.
Nice.
Without the last name, you don't understand the entire thing, but Gethelsvek translates out to that which knows, kind of.
Nice.
Yeah. Last name could be something along the lines of is Gethelsvek is Vintintintin here?
Yes.
It's that which knows that it doesn't know that it doesn't know that it doesn't know.
Junior.
Junior, of course. No, this is Gethelsvek.
Thank you, Gethelsvek.
Yep. And I will get to getting those books sent to you. You see, he kind of goes to the back, and a drow female comes out and just kind of nods you guys, and is kind of just keeping eye on the counter. He goes back, and you hear him. He enters into a smaller room that looks mostly empty, but then you hear him talking, what sounds like he's talking to himself.
Well, that was fruitful, I would think.
Halfway done with the mission.
A lot easier than I anticipated.
Yeah. I like easy. We are still in the Capitolo district,
Mm-hmm.
so maybe we can wander just some of the merchant carts. I'm looking particularly if you all see them. Dorugal is looking for sooth salts. She gave me stuff to trade for.
What is it?
Sooth salt?
Sooth salts. And I know Golrak, this isn't necessarily your thing, but she says they can help us when it comes to asking questions on the Days of Isle.
You might get an answer, Jesse.
Then
I don't have to lock myself in a cell. That'd be nice.
maybe I won't get bombarded by really angry
So you have
otherworldly beings.
5 vials that you can switch or trade out for sooth salts. Now, I'll let you guys do an investigation to find this. So what I'll be looking for is either 2 of you guys can investigate, or one of you can lead it, and another person can help, depending on who wants to try to.
Well, I'm
Take
pretty sure
lead.
you have the best investigation out of us.
Well, Mr. Bounty Hunter can find things. I
At
say
least
that
can
as a
climb
compliment.
things.
Okay, well. You have much more little gribbies. Do you have little sucker things on you? Never mind. We'll find out later. Maybe.
He winks at you, but you can't see it because it's covered.
No, it's the 2 piercing eyes. Like you can just
The
see
little
them
white
in there,
slits.
but just one of them kind of disappears for a second from the hood.
I
You-
will assist you. I can speak Elven, so in case of particular signs.
With it, maybe?
So yeah, you'll roll with advantage. 21?
Yeah, 21.
Yeah. Going through, so you come to the understanding that sooth salts aren't necessarily something that is openly traded, as it's kind of an under market thing. It's okay. There's nothing necessarily bad about them, but they are considered to be kind of an addictive substance.
Drugs.
They're kind of a drug.
Yeah.
But
Sea salts. Bath salts.
Yes.
Got it.
Snuff salts.
Mhm.
They just help you wake up after a hard nap.
But you do notice that there is a wagon that's loaded up with some general carpets. But you're noticing that the guy's not pulling these carpets off the wagon. Instead, he's basically taking little slots on the side of the wagon and bringing it down and taking things out and selling to people underhanded. And kind of going through, listening to what people are saying, you're thinking that this is the guy who you might be able to get sooth salts from.
Just hand you the 5
Just,
vials. If you want to take the lead.
It's a half orc. He looks half orc, but it's kind of weird because he doesn't look like he's half orc and half human. He's on the orc side, but it looks like he has slightly pointed ears, and his orcish skin does have a gray tone. So you're thinking he's actually like possibly half orc, half drow,
Right.
but on the half orc side.
Some drow like it rough. Get that image out of your head.
That's a nice big new metal scar. There we go.
Just come out a little lighter green, you know.
In the right light, it's lighter green, right? Yeah.
I mean,
Just
do
kind
you want me to talk to him?
Huh?
I can talk to him.
You might have to.
You can find it. That doesn't mean you have to be
We
the
are
front
all
man.
incredibly persuasive.
Yes.
Any of us can do this. Even Gorak can do this.
I mean,
You got sooth salts.
And he just like,
We're looking for drugs.
I'm looking for drugs. Well, you don't say that. We need to. Hold on.
Pretend we didn't mean that.
code words, buddy. Code words. 5-0 might be listening. Man.
So,
I
yeah.
found being forward helps the most.
Spice. Spice.
So, yeah, so you narrow it down to one wagon.
Also, you should ask if they sell death sticks. I don't know what they are. I'm just curious.
Death sticks.
Death sticks.
Just kind of walks over.
Okay.
Say there, friend. I noticed you moved some very particular wares there.
Sell carpets.
Carpets. Anything special about these carpets?
Nope. Not magic. Just carpets. Fine woven carpets.
Or somebody might find something that's not carpets.
I've checked the market district.
That's kind of throwing the wink, but I can't wink with my right eye.
No, really. Is there something in particular that you're looking for outside of the carpets I'm selling?
Something a little illegal but not legal.
Particularly soothing. Carpets can be very soothing.
Yeah, I guess. I wouldn't necessarily that carpets are soothing. They're just kind of
feel
carpets.
better than salt water.
Is there something you're looking for?
All right, suit salts.
I fucking love it.
Yeah,
Just
I mean,
frustrated.
there's.
God dang, guys.
Cool.
I may know. Yeah, sooth salts. Heard of those before. Word is they go for about $250.
Actually, would you be interested in willing to trade at all?
We have something that
I would be. I mean, you give me maybe 25 platinum or 250 gold. I'd even accept 2,500 silver. You trade me that, and I would trade you sooth salts if that's something that I had.
What about 25,000 copper pieces?
You have good
No.
Kovacs just over here doing math. Like,
You didn't get there. I had to ask. Just for the principle.
Too much weight.
Of course.
I'd prefer not to do the silver either, but 25 platinum, that sounds like the best deal.
We have something maybe even more exquisite than that.
I don't really trade. Just gold. Platinum.
Even for
Silver.
maybe
Mm-hmm. Do you know anybody else who might trade for it?
I mean, there's some people who'll trade for anything, but it doesn't mean you're actually getting what you want. If you're looking for something specific, I have specific things, like carpets. Soothing, salty carpets. I like this guy.
Will you trade or not?
Show them, like we show them one of the vials of what we have to trade.
She's got the vials. I mean,
no, I handed them to Nora.
oh, you did it. Was all.
Yeah.
I'll take one of the vials and look at it. And then you guys, or I guess everybody can give me a perception real quick.
I've already tried this.
It's fine because you're not in the dark anymore. I mean, it's
No, I can wait.
you can. Yeah,
Woo.
perception. 8
15.
16.
What was it? I'm sorry, perception?
perception.
7.
Just looks like kind of swirling liquid in a vial. You guys notice it looks like maybe there's something moving inside the vial. This goes.
okay, I thought they were just empty vials before. I didn't realize that they were the stuff in the vials.
Is this what I think it is?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it might be what you're looking for.
Fuck around. Yeah, I'll trade this for Sioux salts. What are you looking for?
Well, you would know.
Dorgal didn't
I thought it was
say
3.
specifically, so
Such.
5. Should go for about 5.
Well, she gave you 5 vials to get 5 Sioux salts.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, 4 more.
Shoot. See what you get for that first one. We can get all 5. Figure out what the heck is it that bottles.
well, I wouldn't be able to say that right in front of this homeboy.
Yeah. So he goes, I'll trade you Sioux salts for this.
Yeah. Maybe say
Paul's a,
3 doses of salt per.
and how many of these you have?
5.
5? You want 15 doses of Sioux salt?
Yeah.
It's pricey. How about,
I think we're offering you a pretty fair deal.
I think if I showed this to the right person, you could get removed from town. Possibly removed from the material plane. If you get my drift.
You're not wrong.
I'll give you 10 doses for 5.
Alright. We hear you. That is fair.
But you forget who I am and you've never seen me before.
Okay.
He goes through and he pulls something through and he puts that, you see he literally like takes a part of a carpet and literally like rips it off and sets it like gently in it, and like you can see he's setting this vial down very carefully inside of his wagon, and he'll pull out and he'll give you 10 doses of sooth salts for the 5 vials. If that's what you want to do. Takes the 5 vials, closes it up, closes the wagon, tucks the carts in, just goes to the front of it, lifts up, and just starts walking away. Just done.
Okay.
There's a little spot in this. You actually can see little bits of grass and stuff growing underneath his cart. Like this cart's been here for a little while. Plant and fauna still grow. There's these little orbs that seem to like give like almost a moonlight feel, and you can kind of see that the plants almost seem to be nourished by them magically. But it looks like he's been here for a while, but he just picked up and took off. Give me an insight.
Insight. 10.
14.
21.
You guys, he just seems to be like, nope, I'm done. I've done business, and he goes through. You said 25?
21.
21. You notice though that there's a little sign staked into the ground. It says carpets and general wares, and he literally just left without even taking his sign. He just is gone.
Fuck.
I mean, he's still leaving. You can see him leaving.
What? No. That was great business.
You did
You have
the
10 doses of sooth salts. Whoever wants, you can add that onto your character sheet.
And here I can
Yeah,
Keep
that's
track
the
of them
one
because
that's-
I've been just keeping track of her things.
Mm-hmm.
So say
Well,
we
you were
traded.
kind of the one that went and asked her for him, so...
Yeah.
Do you want to write them down?
No, you do.
No,
Just,
I-
no, I'm saying you...
Oh, for
Yeah.
Dorgal, yeah.
Yeah. So that's...
Yeah, any other party treasure I got.
I will just make sure that, of course, they're for all of us and whoever she might want them for. But, of course, we
We
should.
should have Gorak hold on to him. He asked for him.
I am, of course, not familiar with these results, so I will probably just inquire with Dorgal how to, use them. Snort them, smoke them, put them in nether regions. I don't know.
Right up the butt.
You hope it's fun, though.
I think they're. I believe that they're inhaled, and they're kind of like an incense that you burn while doing certain meditations and stuff. I think I would have to double check.
Definitely no butt chugging on this one.
Yeah. Did you add them? Did you just write them down, or did you add them to your character sheet?
I
Because
will-
they're in D&D Beyond.
They
Sooth
are.
salts? Yeah,
Oh,
no,
cool.
yeah,
Okay,
they're
sweet.
an
Yeah,
actual
I'll add
set
them to
thing,
the
yeah.
character sheet then.
And you have 10 of them.
That's freaking
Guys still. I mean, you can see his wagon still disappearing if you care.
I'll take his sign out and run up. I'll put it on his cart for him.
Oh, well, yeah, thank you. And he takes the sign, and you see he just kind of like tucks it in, and like goes over and opens just slightly and closes the little like hidden compartment on the side, and is going through. Seems to be very concerned with when he stops. Like when you ran up on him, he kind of like stopped and was like, oh, cool. And then he's like, shit, I stopped kind of abruptly, and goes and checks to make sure nothing's shaken or jostled.
Left in a hurry.
So don't worry about it.
It's acting real suspicious.
Noran, you're a natural at this. Also, Golrak coming in clutch.
Well, I was gonna throw the persuasion, which I got a 15 on, and I got a plus 7 on it, so I probably could have been like, look, dude, give us the shit. Here's our shit. We're taking your shit. We're not.
I saw that you got a good percent because
I was
it's supposed to
ready
be
to
1
persuade
for
as well.
1, but
Yeah.
he was willing to go 2 for 2
Yeah.
or 2 for 1,
No,
which
so-
is a good deal because there's a chance that these might not even survive, but who knows? Maybe they will.
That's why I'm sitting here.
It's okay. Everything is okay.
Just don't have him climb anything. We'll be alright.
But yeah,
We
so
don't look out of place.
he's
here.
still kind of moving on.
Not at all.
Honestly, like of everyone here, Norin looks the least out of place.
Exactly.
You look the
I'm
most
saying.
out of place.
That's what I'm saying.
Norin just kind of like blends in because there's lots of people who just the hoods up and just kind of keeping to themselves in this area. You're seeing other dwarves, but you're actually seeing a lot of Duergar here, more than you'd see any other dwarves.
Like the mountain.
Those are the like the underground, like the
dwarfs.
dark
Oh, yeah,
gray-skinned
yeah.
dwarves. Mhm.
I guess I kind of fit in too because I kind of have gray skin.
And you're going through, and you're actually seeing there are occasionally other ASMR, but they're a lot more like black clothes and like kind of dark and like kind of offset. But you're seeing
Go goth.
in in this district specifically, you are seeing it's mostly drow. There's some half orc. You're seeing a couple dragonborn type, some duergar in the market. But
Oh,
I don't think
What
we
shall
really
we
have
do?
a whole lot left to do, Ned. Do you want to still go try and find some musical instruments for Lower Quinn? But outside of that, we've
What
we've
time
done
of
what
day
we
is
need.
it? What time of day is it?
it seems like it's nighttime.
Oh yeah.
Set yourself up on that one.
Yeah, I know,
Sorry.
right? Yeah, walked right into that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Your clocks are all kind of messed up because you're like, I'm really hungry. Like I'm just like that's all you know is you're like, I know it's well after lunch. It might be dinner time. You haven't eaten in a while and you're very hungry.
okay. Maybe grab a bite
Unless
to eat.
you're not as hungry because you kind of had a
Snacking.
ration lunch.
Yeah, I'm snacking.
Because it was about lunchtime, and it's just kind of funny because you're just like, I'm kind of hungry. Like it's still dark, but yeah.
I'll say I'm ready to go get a drink.
Drinks, a little bit of a break. I like the sound of that.
Unless there's anything else you were specifically looking for.
Maybe, I don't want to trouble you all, but, I mean, you were extremely helpful, Norin. So maybe we can do this final errand for Dorogal on another day or in the evening, but I have something to trade for dragon's blood. So, which is also an illegal substance. If you want no part in that, I understand. But it seems like you're a natural. It really does.
Yeah, fucking fantastic. Terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
We can trade for that. Dorogal just really hooks us up. I like.
Somebody want anything while I'm up?
Oh, I'll do another Mountain Dew, please.
Do?
yeah, dude, be good.
Do?
Might as well get hyped up.
Do you have a preferred place for a drink?
I'm completely new to this area, so I mean, first place that pours a nice cold ale.
Thank you.
I'm sure we can find something in this district.
Did you want anything?
Where we came from, there were two. We have a
Oh, we have the discount coin.
at the Dolphin Knot,
We got a bedside docking.
or the Dolphin Knot. Is they're doing this. They're dolphins, and they're knotting.
Does that mean she's the thing?
I think so.
No.
No,
Dolphin type to
dolphin.
knot.
Doff and knot. It probably means the same thing, really.
Or it could be like doff, like take off your armor and piece knot your weapons. And like, I mean, you know.
Of course. That's what it would be.
Yeah, I totally got
Or it can be about dolphins knotting. Yeah.
I just drilled it myself, dang it.
That's about knows my Mountain Dew.
And that's what's important.
Yeah, but that was all back on the other side, right?
Further north.
So if you
still
go
on the same
north-
side-ish. We just have
Yeah.
to cut down and up.
Yeah, but I mean, as big as this place is, I mean, if it took us, another tour,
Oh, it'd be another
Taxi.
tower, so maybe. Yeah, maybe we find some place here. That's fine.
It would. Well, I mean, you could travel back to the Dolphin Knot where you get your discount.
yeah, I mean, that's fine. I can go another hour.
We got
So,
You could also just look
Golrak
for
is hungry.
food.
We should just maybe find food and ale. Ale was specifically requested.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely get food. You're seeing that there's some of these like wagons have like chunks of meat. You have places that have they're selling like wineskins of wine. There's ale. There's little bits of cheese and bread being sold on carts as well.
do we rather sit and eat or as we go?
We can try a roach coach. Cool with that.
All that sounds good to me, but the more I drink, the more I'm gonna want to eat.
All right.
Here we go. Hit the street carts.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you looking for meat, bread, or cheese?
I'm gonna go with meat. Just get a nice meat stick.
Yeah, you can get a big chunk of meat. It's about 5 silver for, like, there's like legs and chunks of
Like a leg or a big old shank, some of the bone
something. Yeah,
I
there's.
can hold on to.
Turkey eggs.
Turkey
They
leg,
look
lamb
probably
shank.
like turkey-ish legs. They're something.
Some kind of some kind of bird.
They're yeah,
Or,
something.
I don't know.
It's big chunks of meat. Some of it's
goatish.
kind of whitish meat, so looks kind of like maybe pork or turkey or something like that. But it's large chunks. 5 silver.
Big old bird of some sort.
For 1 gold, you can get a big chunk of meat, some cheese, and bread, all of it together. Or for 1 gold, you can get a big old chunk of meat, and then you can get a small little. It's like a little tankard or a top off of ale, depending on if you have your own tankard.
Let me go with the third one.
I
Get some
have-
meat, some meat and some ale.
I have an empty flask. If you want to drink from that.
Absolutely.
They're giving out
Well-
out these little cup type things, but they're smaller than what a flask would be.
Yeah, I think we'll go with the flask. Flask probably.
You
is,
can also buy. They do have tankards, and you can buy it, and then you can.
I think how gracious
get
is
more.
the Elis flask. It's
Yeah.
probably a little bit more than it appears.
I mean, it's a flask.
It's just a flask.
It's a flask.
But yeah. So for gold, you can get your flask topped off and get a big chunk of this
Let's do it.
white meat.
I'm gonna go with the bread, the meat, the sandwich, and the cheese.
Sandwich.
Make a sandwich.
Make a sandwich.
Yeah.
I only had the 1 empty flask, but I can have more tomorrow. We can all have flasks.
You can also buy a tankard. It's 1 gold, and then we'll give you a couple free top offs. And
Yeah,
then
if
you
I'm going
have
to keep
a
you from enjoying anything,
tankard.
then I'll just buy a tankard.
No,
I can fill it up again. It's perfectly fine.
It's one of the many trinkets on her belt. She kind of lifts up a little water skin. She's like,
I have plenty.
Okay.
also wine skins. Fine drow wine.
Never had any. Maybe I'll try some.
Are you looking for a full bottle that's sealed, or are you just looking for a wine skin?
How much for a bottle?
A bottle would be 10 gold,
And how much for a wineskin?
5 silver.
Well, that's not bad.
I'll take the wine skin and
Yeah.
the bread and the cheese.
No meat.
Take wine
You can get bread, cheese with a little bit bigger chunk of bread or of cheese, and then a wine skin for a gold.
Here, I will pay for. Well, I mean, yours is a bundle deal with your food, but I can pay for our wine skins. If you like?
Yeah. sounds
1
good to
gold
me.
for 2 wine skins.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll give him 10 silver.
it's fine.
I hope it is.
Yeah, obviously.
You didn't give me
Trying to get rid of as many jingling coins in my freaking coin pouch right now as possible.
You don't want to have jingle?
No.
Heard.
I got a sack of balls, I got a sack of caltrops, I got a sack of coins.
sack of bowels.
Jingle, jingle, jingle.
No.
Stack of balls, huh? You're one of those.
That's where one.
Thousand
That's one.
balls.
Keeps one's balls in a sack. I'm gonna off that one.
That's
But
what
so you
touch
don't
it.
want the tankard, so you're just using his flask, and then sandwich,
Wineskin.
wine, and rations.
And yeah, I'm just snacking the rations that
And
I
then-
had for the day.
They're gonna make a cheese sandwich and wine. Cool.
Yeah, every time
And
we're
you
off the
got me.
boat, I pull a set of rations.
Gorak, give me a Constitution saving throw with advantage, because you're dwarven.
60.
You're good. Looks like turkey. Doesn't taste like turkey. It's weird because it kind of comes apart. Think of almost like the consistency of like string cheese, like cheap string cheese, where it's weird and it's kind of mushy, but it like pulls off and it's these large, like it's sinewy, like kind of strings, but it works. You got the sandwich as well, though.
Yeah.
You got meat and sandwich, so give me a con save. You don't get
Am I
advantage.
gonna need
It's-
Am I gonna need more than this ale to get through this?
I mean, it's fine. You're eating through and you're just like,
Okay.
give me a history. You're dwarven.
4.
19 for my con.
For your con, so you're fine, yeah.
4 history.
4 history. Yeah, you've never had anything like this. Yeah, but no, you're fine.
Sweet.
No, but you eat it and feel very well nourished.
Right.
I'm just trying to add like a wine skin. How much liquid can it hold?
A wineskin should hold.
Just like a flask is maybe like 1 pint. Because a water skin holds 4 pints.
You're actually getting they're basically giving you a pitcher's worth of wine in a water skin.
Oh shit.
So, you're looking at
The bottle was like 10 gold.
for a nice sealed, like it's actually like a wax sealed bottle that's aged. This right here,
This is the house wines.
Came from,
Yeah,
came from a
it's
barrel.
it's wine. It's in a
Box of wine.
wine skin. Yeah, it's basically box wine, and some of it's starting to get on the vinegar side of the wine.
Oh.
So I mean, it's still good, but give it a week or two, and you're gonna have vinegar.
Gotcha. Guess who's turning up tonight?
So
You get all the cards.
Look at your fortune, you're rich.
so you
It's
guys
like the death
are
card,
at
the
the-
creeper card, fucking Don John card, like shit.
You guys are at the north end of the Keptolo district. You can travel through the bazaar and through the Gondar district, and then travel up north through 2 parts of the Valorum district to get to. It's basically 1 and a quarter of a part to get to the Dauphin Dawn, where you have a discount. Or from here, you could travel about half that distance to get to the other place that you know for sure, which is the dockside bedding, depending on what you're looking for. Dockside bedding is near the Elestrade district. It's in the docks in the Elestrade district.
Okay. And eventually we will need to do search for instruments.
It's not required, but I mean, I would like to see these blade dancers they talk of.
Oh, nothing else,
also-
for yourself.
If you're looking to go
Oh,
look
yeah.
for that
Yeah,
other
just
thing
send me
that
over
you
the
got the
map
hint
myself,
about,
No,
it would only be about an hour
For
travel from here
yourself. Oh, yeah.
south.
Not
To
like
the
go
mountains.
by yourself. It's
Yeah.
like you don't have to look for stuff for her. Just
Yeah.
look for yourself. Man.
But that would put us in the opposite direction of the taverns, right? If we were to say go to the wilds of the top world.
If you went to the wilds of the top world, you'd be traveling, about an hour, maybe 45 minutes in the wrong direction of that. But
Something.
if you're looking to go to the Doff and not, you probably want to start heading up now because it's going to be a couple of hours travel and you're going to get there and it's probably going to be a little late.
Well, and it'll all probably be packed, I'm sure.
Could be.
So, yeah.
You could also try to look for another inn if that's something that you're trying to do. It's just depending on what you want to do.
I feel like if we got
Norin,
going for
you
it,
would be noticing that there are a couple other inns here or there. But you're looking, the prices that you're seeing, a lot of these places have what you'd refer to as wealthy to aristocratic levels. So you're looking at paying like upwards of 5 gold a night for one person in this area because you're in the like upper end districts. the named market. You saw probably a little bit of cheaper staying in the Gonadar district.
What are the accommodations like at Dockside Bay?
You've not been there.
Yeah, man. Do you want to just go there? It's a hammock. Like, great, I sleep in a hammock on the fucking ship, and now I sleep in a hammock on the shore.
I'm little, I don't mind a hammock. I'm just perpetually curious. I
As
love the
long as
name.
I could have a private room. It's been a while since I could just
It's a
have
little
privacy.
pricey here. We should maybe head down to the next district.
We can go. I mean, we have a few days. Maybe we hit up the Ellestrade district after staying in the Dauphin.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Without outing anybody publicly, we'll say Hishana says hello.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Character names instead of people names.
Right on.
Yeah. So do you not want to necessarily go down there? Other thing too, what you're noticing with your insight is that there are places where you can purchase messaging. Whether you're looking for animal messaging or for magical messaging. And with magical messaging, you could potentially, because you know that there's probably a contact here, but you don't necessarily have it yet. But you could purchase messaging to send messaging to the Jurin Hill bounty brokers and see who your contact in town is,
Yeah.
if you wanted to do something
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So that's something that you see. And going through, basically the best rate you're seeing is for magical messaging. It looks like it's like 5 gold can get you a magic message.
It's not bad.
There's also some places that are charging 10 gold for magical messaging.
Yeah, fine, that's fine.
So you can see one of these places. Give me an insight.
Uh, 22.
22. You're seeing somebody is going through and is paying 5 gold for a message, and the person seems to cast a spell and ask the question they ask, and they're like, oh yeah, absolutely. They give you their blessing. The person's like, oh, okay, and was kind of more asking like, they were looking for kind of more of a specific question. They didn't necessarily get the specific answer they were looking for. But yeah, you can do that. And then these are like carts and like wagons kind of set up, and people are doing that. After he does it, like one of the guys kind of off to the side just kind of laughs and walks away. A drow who has a book that he's kind of reading, and he just kind of watches and closes his book and walks away.
This is the 7th day of Iron?
Yes, probably.
Somewhere in there, maybe?
Well, you knew it was the 6th night of Iron. You haven't seen the day yet of the 7th day of Iron, but
Yeah.
probably somewhere around there.
Somewhere around in
What
there.
about in watching the one that's charging 10?
Give me an insight.
I keep looking over, sure it's the same thing. So. 11.
11. They're much more calculated with what they're doing. And they say something. They're also having the person write down the question. You see, because no, you got it less. Writes down the question, reads off the question, and then when you see, he's actually specifically writes something down and then just hands it to them.
Yeah, I'll probably just pay the 10.
Pay the 10?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So you go to, and the one with the 10 is a little bit more of an established shop that you're seeing this. But there's a guy who's basically, he's outside of the other guy's like has a cart and it's outside and kind of like a few doors down from where this building's actually set up. Yeah, you can see he's just kind of like saying to people, like, oh, he's overcharging. I got you. But yeah, so you go in, and there is a drow male, kind of a tight black vest. He goes, "Are you looking for messaging?"
I am.
And he sets a piece of paper in front of you. He goes, "I can send a 25-word message. I can receive a 25-word answer." I need a good description, name, idea. I need to be able to build a mental picture of the person I'm trying to send to.
I was just staring at Norm.
Yeah, I'm like sitting here trying. What you guys doing? It's all like,
Who are you trying to send this message to?
what's his name again? Huntmaster Barrick.
Just while we're standing around, Hila's literally just like kind of rearranging things on her belt and just like retying and just double checking everything.
Jingle, 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 jingle,
Yeah.
jingle, jingle.
Yeah. You hear like marbles or something, and you're just like,
All distinctly different, but just like jingle clicks.
yeah.
What do you got going on?
What the fuck are you doing? She's got like a wooden box and random shit. Fucking instrument, like she's wearing her large fur, but you can see the big ass like hand harp on her back. She's all strapped over.
Got protected.
You never know. Might see it somewhere and play.
Yeah.
So I guess.
Music instrument.
She's like clutching 4 fucking books that are all locked to each other. 20 pounds, she's barely managing. Walking around town with these
You know,
books.
I do have a backpack, my friend.
It's okay.
Is that all you want? I can send more.
That's all I can think of, honestly.
No, that's fine.
Plus I
So he takes the 10 gold. You see, casts a spell. Give me a Arcana. I'm gonna set spellcraft. How long has that been?
3-5.
Yeah.
8.
8. Looks legit-ish. I mean, from what you can tell. And he goes, "Oh yes, Huntsmaster. I am speaking on behalf of Norin. In Dark Shore, looking for a contact here." He starts writing something down, and then he hands you this note.
You just got scammed.
Sorry, your princess is in another castle.
Here's a peek.
Who else would be tied to the bounty brokers in here?
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't know, but I know.
Right.
We don't know, but this person.
You don't know that you know that you know.
course. I think I already have an idea just by that reaction.
Because who else would be tied
Right.
and setting up here? Who else have you guys actually done business with here? Not you guys have never been here, but
Right.
you guys have been here before and done business here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is the name of that? The Galdar? Margaret? I'm sorry.
Gonadar. It's
Gonadar district?
Gaunadaur. Gonadar district. You can get to the Gonadar district. It's not too far off from where you're at. You are in the Captola district. You'd have to go through the bazaar, and on the other side of the bazaar, you'd find it. Basically, you guys are here,
Okay.
and you have to go down here to
Oh,
this
gotcha,
little
gotcha.
U district.
Okay. Well, you want to call it a night, or?
If you wanted to go to Dolphin Dawn, you'd have to head about that way. Now, what you're looking for is on the way.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's
Possibly. I mean, you'd have to spend some. You wouldn't be just beelining through on the main roads. You'd have to be going through and looking for stuff. But I mean, you have a name of a place, so
Yeah.
it shouldn't be too hard to find.
Okay.
Did you find what you were looking for, Nora?
Yeah, what are
Yeah. Contact here.
sure contact like maybe for the bounty hunting scene?
Yeah.
You don't mind if we accompany you? Do you?
Not at all. You all seem to know my business now, so.
If you wanted, you could cut south into the Malik district. Cut across from the Malik district to the Gonadar district, and then head up north to the Dauphin Knot, and arrive there late at night, but still at a substantial time. If you want to.
Consolidate a few things.
Or you guys you can do different days. I mean, you have at least a day down.
We can come back tomorrow. I don't
Do
like
all
it.
of this tomorrow, or hit up your place tonight, or all of it tomorrow?
Because we also still have to go to the wilds of the top world. So,
Yes, that is something for tomorrow, I think.
okay.
What?
So, do you want to go to
Yeah,
sleep?
no, no.
Or?
Because I was like leering at it. No, let's call it tomorrow.
Okay.
Sure.
I want to make sure that we can get a room at the inn.
Yeah.
So,
So you guys want to just pretty much beeline. Now, do you want to? You could probably get there faster if you paid. It's definitely a quicker movement to move along the walls. If you guys wanted, you can always check and see what prices are to get a specific one place to one place.
That was like 2 gold or something.
Would you
That-
be-
that's what I'm saying. It's two, right?
yeah.
So
Sounds
in
good.
theory,
That
Oh,
was
so
that one.
you were fine.
that was that one
with
person.
riding on
But
Spider?
I mean,
If
different
we-
taxis could be different prices. You'd have to see.
If
Plus,
it's
also
gonna, if it's going to get us to where we're going faster.
when you're on the outsides,
Like,
can get you somewhere. But yeah, he's just like still just drinking. If it gets us to where the ale is faster.
So we'll find this.
I'm running a little low on funds at the moment.
I got it.
Alright.
Appreciate it, Cora.
Only if you are sure.
Wouldn't say sure, but
Do you want to be the head of Spider the Gold?
yes, please. Thank you. So back, we'll take a quick ride. It'll be better than walking
Just
anywhere.
keep drinking and be okay.
Exactly.
So you guys walk for about 10 minutes to get to one of these little nests and climb the stairs to the nest. You get there. There's no one there at the moment. But after you wait for a few minutes, a guy comes up with the cart and goes, greetings. One of the spider guys. Are you looking for something specific?
Yes, we are going to the Dauphin Knot.
Often not. Absolutely. I can do that for you.
And
Are you staying there currently?
no.
Not currently. No.
Not currently. Well then, 2 gold and I can get you there.
All right. And I'll take the wolf and blow it back
Inside.
So he's like, what's wrong with that guy?
Shoots you along
guy's racist.
and brings you just
Spider racist.
super quick. Just shoots along and brings you right there.
Thank you.
Brings you over to a place. It's about a 15-minute walk from where he drops you off. And you guys get to the Dauphin Knot.
It was quick.
A 15-minute walk. It's still a decent ride as well. When you get to the Dauphin Knot, It's a very large inn with a bar forefront. Literally just stone crafted building. A lot of these buildings look like they're, again, it's not like laid stonework, but it actually looks like it's magically shaped stonework. Lots of, there's a good glow coming from the inside. So there's lots of lanterns, and it's a pretty upbeat place. You're noticing that there is a decent amount of the drow that have the masks on, that are going in and out. When they go in, they piece knot their weapons, and there's kind of security at the door. But yeah, it seems to be a pretty good place. Go to the front. I mean, you have some weapons and stuff like that. They'll ask you to piece knot your weapons.
I don't know necessarily how to do that. We just tie it.
You just tie it off in a heavy knot. Basically, what you're doing is you're tying a heavy knot over it from the top of your thing instead of just like a light and loose. So instead of being able to slip and pull the weapon, you actually have to actively go through.
Yeah. I have a longbow over me as well, so it's. But I mean, she'll absolutely the weapons that are showing.
Mm-hmm.
She's got 2 sickles that are on her side and a dagger, and she will absolutely like them.
Mm-hmm. The longbow, they're not as worried about. Bar fights aren't really like known for longbows, because you start fighting with somebody and they're drunk and you're right in their face and you start pulling the bow and they're just like, no, just don't. Yeah.
But yeah, not seeing a scimitar anywhere. But you saw her little trick underwater anyway.
Yeah, the double scimitar is not out.
Right.
You don't want to pull that out in a Drow City? No? Okay. You can if you want.
I'd rather not.
We taking our weapons at the door.
No, we just get to knot them. I'm okay with that.
No,
The person at the door says, are you guys looking for entertainment or respite, or are you looking for a full stay?
full stay.
Full stay. There's 4 of you here. You're looking at 2 gold for the 4 of you.
Total. So that isn't bad.
Pull out
We
a
got a
little
little
wooden
coin.
coin. Yeah.
Oh, you bought the little wooden coin?
Yes.
Oh, well, at that point then, I can get it to you for, I can get you a shared room that'll house the 4 of you for 1 gold.
Or 2 for individual rooms.
Yeah, I'd rather just play the 2. We all get our own.
Let's do 2.
Okay, so everybody pay for their own damn room. Sorry, I don't know.
So it's 5 silver
We all
each,
pitch 5 silver.
and you each get a room.
Cool. Excellent.
So if you were doing that, since you do have the discount, he'll like take the coin from you. Say we'll throw in 1 day of decent food,
Wow.
Okay.
3 meals available. Just ask for it.
Thank you. Fantastic.
But enjoy your stay at the Dolphin Knot.
Of course.
And then when you go in, he'll point out the bartender. Speak with her, and she'll be able to get you the knots, or get you your keys to your room. You can go set up, and then you can come down and enjoy a fine establishment. You get 3 meals if one of them is dinner. Today that works. A lot of people do dinner, breakfast, and lunch. You can get lunch to go.
Okay.
Sure.
Sounds good.
Lunch to
I
go.
could eat again.
Can snack on the road.
I mean, you guys had a meal, but you basically had a very late, like lunch.
Yeah.
You had breakfast on the ship, and then you went hours and hours without eating. Got a little hungry and did that. So
Do we still have any indication of what time it actually is relative to the day yet?
No.
Is there any sort of timekeeping in Dark Shore at all? Or is
give me a perception.
10.
You're not noticing anything.
Okay.
No.
feel like it could drive people crazy.
You're in Alaska basically right now, where it's like it's just night for the entire time you're here.
But it's also like Vegas because there's no clocks anymore. So
Exactly.
So you don't know what time
Well,
it is.
you look off into the distance and see the glow of the edge of the city. Like, is that ever coming?
Again.
I called it. Yeah. Told you
Yeah,
something.
you're in yeah, it's like the Vegas casinos, but it's opposite. So we're like the casinos that have the fake daylight above you, and you're like, oh, it's fine, it's like noon, and then you walk out and you're like, oh, it's like 9 o'clock at night, but there's fake sky on the inside. It's kind of like that, except for just fake nighttime perpetually. So yeah. You want to go? You go up to the barkeep. There's a female drow. Her name is. You're told her name is Chasse,
Just say.
and she's wearing kind of nice leather armor. Kind of out of place. A lot of people here aren't wearing armor. They've got some stuff set, but she seems to just be kind of proud of it. And she has a halberd that she just has kind of with her, and she's just standing behind the bar and just talking to people. As you walk up, she's like, "Yeah, and this is definitely coming this time. I'm absolutely positive." Oh, you guys are looking for room?
It is always coming. Sorry, I overheard a little bit. Are you looking for something particular?
Well, there's could be a great war coming to these lands. I swear, by the first day of Cord, this city will fall. They don't want us here.
I think it's substantial here. I don't think there is much to worry about here.
Your kind know. You're from the north?
Of course.
Cities come and go.
Of course.
But
Homes change location.
I was just explaining to them, and they can show you actually at the card table. They can teach you everything. You look over and there's a small little like card table that has just 2 chairs set on it and a little orb off to the side.
There's an orb on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no. Okay.
Look at 12.
Oh,
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah. I was like, oh, that'll be interesting. I wonder if they're gonna go there. But, so yeah, they have that little thing set up. She goes, if you're interested, let me know. I can show you more of what you may be looking for. But, you guys got 4 rooms, right?
Yes, indeed, yes.
Are you looking for meals this evening?
It's been a short moment, yeah. Yes, please.
Yes.
Well, I will heat up 4 meals for you. And she pulls out and flashes. She has 4 keys kind of in between her hands. Holds them out. Each one is numbered. Go upstairs. Find your room. Feel free to leave your stuff in your room so they're all safe. You have foot lockers with a separate lock in it.
Perfect.
But you're good for the night. And you're set until tomorrow at half day. And she points at a little orb on the wall that just has this slight sliver on it.
Perfect. Thank you. See you all down here momentarily.
Run on upstairs. Hila's gonna do her music box thing, and she's gonna stow a decent amount of her stuff.
So you're going to go into your music box. So you go into your music box. When you arrive there, you hear it as 5 little gold ingots hit the ground. But this place is rearranged. A lot of stuff has been moved inside. And on the far side, a little chair that you have is turned around, facing away from where you appeared.
something. Walk up and go ahead, just kind of taking off the large fur as I approach the chair and just sit down in the chair. See what I can
So you go to the chair is turned away from you in the corner.
Yeah.
As you go over to it, you notice the top of a head that has black hair that's pulled back into a knot, kind of like yours, and comes down. The figure steps up. Ela, my love. I thought we should talk.
Of course. I'm all ears. Jeez.
You got yourself into a little trouble on the first.
Oh, right. Looking for knowledge, trying to give our people an edge. But yes, I seem to have made an error.
I tried to give you an answer, but the another voice came in a little louder than mine. But you're on the right track. The ship can get you what you're looking for.
Really?
And one of those books that you have just flies over to his hand.
Yeah, she's
Pulls it
probably still
open.
just fucking holding on to it and just taking the fur.
Opens his hand, the book just opens. And this dark skin goes through, and you see the tip of it kind of solidifies into what looks almost like maybe like some sort of black stone. And he takes and he just puts a little line underneath something, closes it, sets the book down on a table next to you. Yes. This ship can bring you near that. The goals of the Black Betty don't align with us. But you can use them. If they achieve what they want, it will greatly slow down opposition to what we want.
Thank you.
Will I know directly the signs of whom on the Black Betty are part of that stunting or issue?
It's all the same thing.
They are all one crew.
You could say that. They definitely work well together. Their goals and what they're looking for will slow down our opposition. So help them in any way they can.
Their goals will slow down
Yes.
opposition.
Yes.
All right.
Drastically. They will completely... Potentially, they could devastate the plane of water altogether.
Oh. I misunderstood. I thought you were saying they were doing something for the married.
No, they're doing something that would
Against.
greatly oppose the merit.
Oh. Even better.
And I know the name. What you have it right in front of you. What's the merit name? You remember?
It is
Moot.
or Moot.
Moot. Yeah. They would potentially stop Moot altogether if they achieve what they're going for.
I will do everything in my power to make sure that happens.
Aid them all that you can, but do not trust them.
Believe me, I don't.
We wouldn't be in this position if you did. Thank you. Takes a little pouch and sets it to the side and goes, get yourself something nice. And you just watch as he just falls back in the gold wall behind you. kind of seems to ripple as he just disappears into the wall.
She sprints up to the wall and kind of places her hands on it. As it
It's
kind of
completely
moves.
solid.
Of course. She runs up and touches it and just thank you.
Yeah, again, it's
Kind of just like staring up at the walls. that
the
are
whole
shifting.
the whole room. You've got kind of a flat ground that seems to be this like kind of sand, and then the walls come up into a peak. But all the walls look like you're inside of a gold vein, basically. Of course, and there's been times you've gone through and you tried to, but nothing you do can get. It just seems to be, incredibly hard. But 5 little ingots fell off the wall.
Sweet.
And then I'm going to update this. He left a little sack, and his little sack has this in it.
Tell me more about his sack.
If you
Little
I drew that out.
if you update your character sheet,
With the rumble in the voice. Sack.
if you update your character sheet, you'll see the sack.
We will.
The rest of you guys head up to your rooms.
See up there. He just like such a dick pic.
It's just gonna say sack in all caps. Nice.
It doesn't, but you can add a sack to your inventory as well. But do you see what he gave you?
Oh yes,
Because you were looking for something specific.
that's very kind. But yeah, it's literally just the weirdest inventory scramble. But I'm just gonna transfer a couple of things. And
You're good.
I'm mostly putting shit away at this point.
Did you create a container for
for my music box?
your
Yeah.
music box? Okay, yeah, and you can put everything in there and stuff like that. Yeah, cool. I was pretty sure you had that.
But she's only going to be in there for as long as that conversation,
Mhm.
and then just kind of taking a couple of things off. She's going to leave her book. She's going to leave all of her books except for the one that Geb took. And leave
Mhm.
all of her books in the music box except for the one. She wants to read that one like crazy.
Mhm.
And then she'll bamf out holding the large fur and just leave the large fur on the bed,
Mhm.
lock the room. But she
It is
comes
still
down
cold
and,
down here. It's not as cold as it is in Stillwater because,
Right.
I mean, you went a decent bit south, but
Yeah.
it's still pretty chilly.
I figure we're inside. Hopefully it's not fucking freezing.
Yeah.
But
It's
she-
fine inside here.
Yeah, she'll definitely just hang out for the rest of the night just as her crazy, weird fucking clothes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or lack thereof, ish.
Absolutely. Anything else? You guys just go up to your rooms? Looking for anything particular?
I'm not really carrying anything, honestly. So.
About to say, I mean, I heard entertainment. Is there any performances going on?
There is no performances really in here. You're seeing that there. So, in this place, there is a table off to the side of the bar that has a orb on it and two chairs. There's a couple of different tables that have some gambling going on them. On the walls, you're seeing like lots of different trophies. There's a couple of bear heads that have full bear furs coming from them, and they're just like the bear head's kind of low, and then the fur wraps up and goes on the ceiling to kind of show the size of these bears. There's a couple of those going through, and then over the mantle, you're also seeing the curved horns and skull of what looks like a probably maybe young adult black dragon that is mounted on the wall behind the bar.
Okay.
But there's no necessary playing loud music, or there's not loud music, but there's like loud interaction between everybody as you are in the tavern. You can actually be in the tavern.
Boisterous conversation.
But if you guys don't want to do anything specific, I mean, yeah, you don't even have to go up. You can just sit down. Is there anything in particular you'd like to do?
I'm very, very curious about
Boys.
the fortune teller.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go up and see if I can get a fortune.
You go and sit down, and Jose will come over and sit down at the table and go, "Are you looking to have your fortune read?"
Yes. I have many open paths in front of me. A little bit of guidance would be exceptional.
Do you have your cards on you?
They are in their little like case on my belt. She usually keeps them. She did not put those away.
Well,
Most of her trinkets are put in the music box. She has her potions on her, and that's just about it.
Fortune has blessed me, and she points over, and you see, because she came to us out here, the halberd that she has is literally like hooked to one of the horns of the black dragon, and is just hanging behind the bar. Somebody else goes, "Fortune has blessed me, as I took down that beast myself."
Insight.
Give me insight.
Bullshit.
Really? That's 11.
She does not seem to be bullshitting you at all. She killed a... It's not... Like I said, it's like young adult. So, it's still...
Okay.
I mean, it's still a big freaking dragon
Dangerous.
head.
Jeweler, yeah,
But-
absolutely.
It's not, I mean... There's probably bigger somewhere. This may be the biggest dragon head you've ever seen. It's a skull, and it's like cleaned.
Right.
But... And then she like points around. There's like bears, and there's a couple other things like that too. But she's like, "I was hunting in the wilds. I thought I was on track to take down the biggest bear I'd seen, and it was snatched away from me. But I was blessed. Fate blessed me, and fate may bless you in what time we have left."
I'm hoping.
Can I borrow those?
Absolutely,
Because-
you can.
She doesn't
Please
have.
do. I'm fucking excited. All right, let's do this. Toros card.
And she pulls out a Terracotta deck. Starts going through and shuffling them out for you. She says, "You know the deal, but go ahead and cut this deck for me."
Perfect.
And then, as we bless you, very stiff. I don't want to wear them out though, because they're brand new. She goes, "One more time for safekeeping."
I like some closer to the ground.
Of course. Well, let's see
As she
what
watches,
the cards
her eyes
hold
almost get
for
like,
you.
like just greedy. Like, tell me.
You see her eyes just blacken over as this like goes through, and you almost see like this little trickle of black smoke coming from her tear ducts. You come from temptation. The temptation is facing you though, so it is on your side. There is something in your past that wants to lead you, wants to offer you something, and you know what it is. But where that brings you now is the swashbuckler. As there is maybe a powerful pirate or a powerful sailor who you can use along this temptation for what it is that you are trying to find. And your doom is the marionette. There is something that is controlling, something that has power over you, that will lead to your undoing. This is how you will die. Enjoy the swashbuckler while you have time. She takes the cards, folds them up. Is there like 100 marionette cards in that deck?
I don't find we keep getting it.
I know, and it's just because it like literally
It
like
literally
it's on the wall.
Yeah,
The marionette card.
yeah. It's apparently very prominent in our campaign.
And it's
Shuffle.
just funny.
Clear something like that. I had something for this.
But
Oh, okay, I'll just go fuck
Myself.
myself. Norin teaches everyone how to be passive aggressive.
yeah. You're staying here, so that will be 3 gold.
Absolutely. She hands 1 gold piece and 20 silver.
She'll take it. While I'm sitting, does anybody else want to know how they die?
Yeah. Fuck it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm not done.
No, that's
Yeah.
perfect. I just shuffled
Why
them.
not?
So 3 gold.
Okay. I will hand her 3 gold pieces.
Well, do me a favor and cut the deck for me. And one more time, cut the deck for me. We talk about where you've come from.
Marionette.
The missionary. But the missionary is facing away from you. The past you have is of travel and of divinity. Perhaps something in your Aesmir background. Perhaps as a child you were taught of divine ways, but you never took to the divine because it was not of you. Where you are now, the artifact. You are currently searching for something powerful, but again, this faces away from you. It's not something you are searching for yourself. Your past, the teachings that they tried to embed in you, this object you are working to find now, these are not things that are of you. You are a selfless person. And you do this for your companions, perhaps? Which brings us to your doom. The guild member. You will find a group. You will create strong bonds. You will forge a guild of sorts. You will find things in your life that bind you to them. Perhaps your selflessness will do this. But this guild will not be for you. This will be you helping others. And because of this, it will be your undoing. This is what will kill you. My advice to you, in what little time you have, is to make sure you are considering what is important to you. Take a leadership role. Don't let others guide you down a path that leads to your undoing. I should be on camera too. I probably had them all off camera because I don't see exactly how zoomed in we are, but
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. All right. That does make sense. I'm happy with my fortune.
anybody else want to know how they die?
No. I'm solid.
Quite foreboding, extremely eye-opening. However, it seems you have a blessing of yourself. Are you of a particular faith?
I am a warrior of the Drow people. I am a noble knight, and I don't think I should tell you much more.
Fair enough.
But I can tell you that there is the echoes of doom whispered through all of the realms. You just have to know where to listen.
Thank you for your wisdom.
Of course. Well, and she puts away her cards and gets up from the table. If no one else needs anything, I will go back to my duties. She goes over and the bartender behind the bar leaves out, and she takes her halberd again and is just kind of standing behind the bar with the halberd, like leaning against it, and starts talking to different patrons.
Excellent. Well, that was a great bit of entertainment. Where does that god always shows up? Interesting.
Didn't show up for him.
No,
Not this time.
not even when I. Well, actually, it did. The
When you
time
read.
I read for
Yeah, that's the first time it showed up. Is there anything you guys want to do other than enjoy a meal and then get some rest?
I have no interest in finding out when I'm gonna die.
No.
Yeah,
I'm perfectly happy with my ignorance.
I'm ready to go lay down.
Ela will go over to Golrak, just kind of after we're done eating and we're kind of wrapping up for the night. And she says, "For what it's worth, my fortunes never tell you how you are going to die. And if you do recall, the final card that I drew for you was the soldier card. Can already say that you've been an asset in combat. I hope to fight many more battles alongside you."
Korak just reaches out and gives you a big ol' hug.
Oh,
Runs off to bed.
good night, Golrak.
See you all in the morning.
She's very like surprised, just kind of like, oh, just happened. Okay, alright. She like, straightens herself out, goes up to her room. Right.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if there's nothing in particular that you guys are looking for, then the rest of the evening passes relatively uneventful.
I want to trance and then go down early morning.
Okay. Absolutely. So, yeah, I mean, you would be down a good 3 hours before anybody else would come down because they need actual sleep. You trance and then come down.
Right. Before I go down, I have 7 temporary hit points,
Heck yeah.
just in case.
There's a point where that 29 that I walked in with the other day definitely helped
Makes a difference.
a lot. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the 29 is at will.
Yeah.
That was with my crap roll, but
Did you roll
I can't
one?
roll. I can't roll higher than a 1 on my d4 for that, but that's why it's nice that the 1 to 4 is the only variable, and then the chunk on the ass end is there. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so whatever. I mean, let me know when it's morning.
You can kind of just keep going through, and you're fine. Yeah.
So then, yeah, in the morning, how many people are out at this hour morning? What I would assume to be morning if I'm there 3 hours earlier than...
You can do that at will, right?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
every hour.
Does it say you can do it once an hour, or does it say you can do it at will?
It's at will.
So you can technically, I would say that you could technically just have it maximized at all points and times, because you can kind of gauge it to an extent, the amount of power, like when you go
If I
through.
have a little bit of time,
And you
I
see,
can probably
you could literally
just...
like womp, womp, womp. Okay, cool, that's good for an hour. And like an hour later, you're just like, focus, focus, focus. There we go. So yeah, for the most part, we can just you can just leave it as because that's not, again, it's a difference between 3 hit points.
I mean, it can make
It can make a huge difference.
But I will absolutely take it in full.
Rather than, you don't have to necessarily roll it. Now, if you're like in combat and you're going
And
to
I'm
use an
gonna cast
action to redo it, then yes. But if you're just walking around, it's super easy for you to just make sure you have that good false life on you. Yeah. Since it's at will. Just like any of the invocations, like if you get like Devil Sight, where you can like literally give yourself the abilities, or like there's a couple different ones that are like at will, detect magic and stuff like that. You can literally just be like, I have this up at all points and times, and I just refresh it. And then if you get into combat that's like an hour long, which isn't going to happen because,
Right.
but if you did, then you would use that. But yeah.
But yeah, how many people are out early in the morning? Whatever time it is.
So yeah, I mean, you trance and you get up. It's still nighttime. There are 4 full tables of people with like 5 to 6 in here, and it's going on. It just seems like really, I mean, people just shifts change and stuff kind of go. It just becomes this thing where when people are tired, they go to sleep, and when they're not tired, they wake up. And there's different shifts and jobs, and since it's all like day and night aren't really relevant here. Certain people, they're like, oh yeah, I work and then I relax and then I sleep and then I get up and I work and relax and sleep. And, 2 people have that same exact schedule, but it's literally 8 hours apart because they're working different shifts.
Gotcha.
So, and a lot of what you're seeing here, a lot of the people kind of staying in here look like they are maybe some sort of military. A lot of them have the mask on, which they never take off. They literally are down there, and they'll be drinking through the wineskin and like kind of pushing it up under the mask and like going through. Some of them will get meals and go up to their room and then come back down with plates and stuff like that. So you're seeing like there's almost like an order to them not taking off their masks. You didn't see these guys outside of the docks district either, but it seems like there's a special guard just for this district. From what you're seeing, it looks like maybe because this is still an establishing town being built, it's not even been here for a year, maybe they're just still building barracks, and maybe people are moving here and like earning their stay, and so they're at the keep. Who knows?
I'll just try and find, like, I don't know if they have a single top or 2 top, or just, I don't know, take up those little spaces possible.
There's bar seating. There's some tables that are just kind of open seating, and you watch, like, there's people who clearly aren't together. There's like one little goblin who goes up and orders some food and just goes and sits down at a table with a couple other people there. There's common spaces. There's like common spaces in the main entry, and then there's a slightly lifted raised deck around the bar. That has like actual tables and are kind of more secluded, even with some places where it's like kind of little nooks off to the side where you can kind of have private meetings, and you see a couple curtains drawn around those tables and stuff like that.
You just find edge of the bar, or as close to the edge as possible, and just book out and just read and just kind of wait for everyone else
Okay.
to come down, but just as actively as possible, just reading that first book, or that one.
Do you want to just start from the beginning and start reading, or do you want to look specifically for where one page almost seems to be like The book wants to open that page because like when he opened it, it's almost like this brand new book that kind of got pressed a little bit.
Is this the Dow book or is it the Merit?
This is the Merid book.
I would absolutely start where he told me.
So when you go through, it is telling the legends of an armor that allowed the movement through water. People could move completely unimpeded through water, swimming at great speeds, greater than they would normally do, fighting as if they were flying through the air, and having the ability to resist a lot of the colds and acids and pressures of the deep and stuff like that. A really great armor that's said to have been lost. But yeah,
Absolutely.
so there's talks of this legendary artifact that has been lost. But when you're looking at it, reading from your point when they're describing, you're like, yeah, this is literally like it's designed to maybe protect you from waters and water elemental types, but the powers that you know of a Merid, this basically gives you resistance to Merid,
Gotcha.
if you will, and the ability to move faster than what one normally would and stuff like that. So it looks like it's potentially something that would help you with literally defeating a creature like that, or in fighting its spawn and stuff like that.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I'll definitely read as much of that and then go back and then try and catch everything.
Give me an investigation.
Oh yeah, I'm so good at those.
Want some assistance?
That's a 5.
5. You're not catching it. It doesn't seem to talk about where at it is. It just basically hints at the suggestion that it's an actual thing.
Gotcha.
So that's all you really know.
Okay.
But
Taking time with it.
yeah, you read for a couple hours after being down there for about 3 hours of studying, and then you can kind of go back to the beginning of the book, and it starts going through, and it talks about like the plane of water, and it starts off very, very, very broad with what is the plane of water, and what are all water elementals, and what are going through, and it kind of ties into, then it breaks into what are Djinn, and what are these different creatures, and what is a Merid, and how are they tied to the Djinn and the Dao and the Freet, connections, notable ones, and it goes through and just starts going through like little bits of stuff. You even do notice that there is a part where they talk about the cult of Mut, and wondering if there's actually a Merid known as Mut, and discuss about it, and how the worshippers of these four are insane fanatics and they're cultists, and most people would outcast them from society and such. Yes. The rest of you guys finish your rest and get up the next morning. Yes. You come down. Food is served to you. They offer you a nice meal of these strips of fried fat that have very little bit of this white meat to them as well. There's cheese, there's eggs, and there's milk. They say that it's milk, but it kind of has a grayish color to it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You guys all eat. Give me a con save from everybody. Just super low DC, but there's always that chance.
Is it magic?
I'm pretty sure it got me.
11.
11 as well.
7.
You're fine.
Oh, okay.
8. Yeah, you're fine. Yeah. It's a very low DC, but you can potentially. This is like eating unagi. Like, there's a very small chance that you like accidentally poison yourself, or get poisoned because the person doesn't know how they're preparing it right. So, yeah. But you eat the meat and the cheese, and there's some bread and some fruits, and then this milk, and they just serve it to you, get you set. I'll let you know entitled to one more meal. Were you guys going to stay? Do you want us to keep the rooms for another night for you? You can keep your belongings under lock and key, or and you can come back for a meal. Or if you wish, you can check out now, take your belongings with you, and we will prepare you with a meal to go.
I would like to keep the room for another night, if possible.
Yeah. I mean, we got 3 days here. May as
Another
well.
another 5 silver.
5 more silver, yes.
All right.
Are you going to come back for lunch, or do you want to take lunch with you?
Take it with,
Yes.
please.
So she'll take, and she basically they take this little loaf of bread and they hollow a bunch of the stuff out of it, and they load it in with like cheese and fruits and meats, and then just take the like little piece of the bread and like the doughy insides that they did, and they just kind of wrap it in and just kind of mold it together and kind of make this little bread pocket thing, give it to you. It's just like a loaf of bread, yeah. You know how you can like tear apart bread, and then like when it's doughy you can push it back together. It's basically what they do, and they just make like a big bread pocket. But I mean, it's a good loaf of bread. So
I was thinking the loaf like they give you in prison when they just like they blend all this like random shit together and they just bring it to you. It's like
yeah.
that. And I think it's like 5,000 some calories or something insane like that.
Jeez.
I don't know.
I don't know either. I just saw it on a TV show once.
Oh, I bet.
I totally may or may not have been on.
Yeah. You know, I saw it on TV. I mean, the TV was turned off, and it was my reflection in the TV that was turned off. But
Here's your mystery meat.
so you have the entire night ahead of you. What would you like to do? It is now the 8th day of Iowan. And you can see the little orb on the wall that she looked at, that had just a little crest, has gone black and started to fill up on the other side. And it looks like it's like almost like this orb is kind of going across and like fading and changing.
Well, I mean, we can do the reverse of what we were thinking yesterday. So we can hit your place and work our way down to the market districts again.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, we'll see if my contact here might have what we're looking for.
Also, do these contacts maybe have a way to do initiation?
You'll have to ask him.
Fair enough.
It's not my call.
I can prove myself.
Just don't ask him to climb anything.
Alright, that is rude. But you are not wrong, so I will let it fly.
It's because it's true.
Yeah, we're gonna need to get to the.
No hard feelings. No hard feelings.
Just try to keep you safe.
I'm having a hard time pronouncing this god.
You can only heal so much.
Gondar.
Right.
This thing.
Gorindar?
Yeah.
I believe, from what the spider
Going
said,
to
that
that?
was kind of
Yeah,
more of a
going to that.
shanty type area.
It's a little... Pointed it out, it was kind of strange.
Separated.
Yes. Muddy.
That's
It's alright, I can clean that.
Before we end up leaving, Hila's just got her like fur cloak over her arms, kind of starts tying herself off. Nice and warm. You notice she has a lot less stuff on her. She's got a couple of pouches, but she just got rid of like the sickles and the dagger, and she had the lantern, that's gone. She just has like a little wooden box, and then her harp is gone. Whole lot of nothing really at this point. Couple potions, her deck of cards.
and then lunch to go. Is a sandwich? Is it a sandwich?
I don't know, with fruit in it, that's kind of...
Or give me a sandwich on your way back.
Start making our way towards the...
Making our way towards the.
Good, good. Been Terry Crews in my head all night now. Thanks, dude.
As you guys head out into the city, today it's a little bit nicer. You're earlier in the day, so we're gonna say you're going into the city. Traveling in to the Verum district, you can reply to that, but you have to reply out loud.
Right. I will do my best.
She's leaving. She just kind of stops. I will do my best.
For what?
Randomly just fucking
Yeah.
talks to herself. You pick up on it? You ask her?
I mean, I guess we could roll like. a
Yeah, no,
perception.
I mean she says it out loud.
She's not, yeah, she's just, speaking.
What is that about?
I received a message from the ship, effectively. Just a couple more potential mini errands if we can. Looking for star maps for Aiken, and also looking for maybe some go boom stuff, black powder, smoke powder. I don't know if we have the funds for that, but we can try. They said they would, of course, pay us back.
No, they said she would pay you back.
Mishiri. Aiken might not pay us back, from what I understand. But it's Aiken. So. You know what? Maybe Aiken can find his own other fucking star maps.
She just starts like rambling to herself.
He's fine. He's great. I like that little bird. He's wonderful.
He tried to help you.
Sure, yeah, he helped. I fell out of his crow's nest. We will not talk about how I got there.
I mean,
I said, we will not speak of how I got there.
This is a
Thank you.
sensitive subject for you. Maybe you and
Aiken
Aiken got
needs
something going on.
Aiken needs a ladder. He does not need star maps.
he doesn't need a ladder. He can fly.
He
Also-
can also look with his eyeballs.
They have people who can cast spider climb on the ship, so they're just like, and they just, that's, I mean, you need to play with the ropes, just go do it. That way, if you need to, you can literally like stand on the edge of a mast and like pull something in place. But,
Right.
Yeah.
She's not bitter.
I can tell.
Well, we don't let you live it down.
Only fell like 80 feet. It's fine.
Right. Could have died.
Just a fucking bout. If I didn't have temporary hit points. So yeah, to your contact,
Yeah.
So we just want to head to
Ganadar.
to the Ganadar district.
You?
Traveling on foot, or do we want to try to make base? You're thinking you can get there about twice, if not almost 3 times as fast by taking one of these things. But
The spider
course.
coach.
the spider coach,
Yeah.
the spider taxi.
Yeah.
Golrak's favorite.
Well, probably better now that we have more stuff to do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with. The spiders are my friends. I'm fine with that.
It is so cool. Let's do it.
Just close my eyes.
I'll pay for this trip, my friends.
Thank you.
If you are sure, friends. Thank you, Ned. That is too kind.
Okay. So you want to do 2 gold to get to the Ganadar district.
Yep.
Um, You climb up to one of the spider couches. You have to wait for about 10 minutes before one of them kind of comes along. But it almost seems like when you get there, you just get this feeling, this weird feeling like something's aware that you're there. The connection you guys share, that feeling of being connected to each other, seems to not be very strong right now. You don't really have that. Also, last night when you slept, you didn't dream, and this is the first time in days that you didn't have weird dreams of being together where you basically share a dream. You don't really have that at this moment while you're further away from the ship. That feeling of connection isn't quite there. But yeah, so you want to go with one of the spider taxis shows up, says, yes, where are you looking to go?
To the
Gonadar?
Yeah.
Gonadar district? Are you looking for the Gonadar district or the Gonadar market?
The Gonadar market.
Absolutely. Are you looking to be towards the south? Is there something specific you're looking for?
Amastasius Wonders?
I will bring you as close as I can to Amastasia's Wonders. Absolutely. And he loads up and 2 gold. And he loads up and it takes you off that way.
Alright, he's looking at you.
Hands in my ears.
You get brought to the Gonadar district. Again, of all the market districts, this one looks like the most run down. The streets all just have this kind of wetness to them. The other streets, they seem to, like when the snow falls, somebody seems to be coming through and either create, destroy water, or with some of these areas, it literally looks like somebody might just be walking on the street at some point with just like a ball of fire and just kind of going and just melting it, which causes it to melt and then mostly evaporate. So the roads are even dry in a lot of places. But this way, the roads are cold and they're kind of muddy, just gross. The back alleys are wet and just you see these like kind of long areas back behind into just between buildings and stuff like that. And again, these buildings aren't built up as high; they're more shanty type stuff. But to let you know, head 3 streets down, turn over, you'll find it. It's about a 15-minute walk from here.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Of course, thank you.
Head that way. For sure.
Absolutely. So you head to Amastasia's Wonders. You get to the front of the shop, and it says across the front on a sign, there's a sign hanging out, and then a really fancy sign. It says Amastasia's Wonders, and it's a really nice, elegant sign. You see these windows that have curtains drawn. You can't see into the shop, but they have this really nice, elegant purple silk cloths, a very nice, well-reinforced door with metal framing and stuff like that. Looks like a wonderful shop. When you enter in, however, you notice that you're looking around, and at first you're like, wow, there's a lot of really nice things. As you start looking around, you're like, they're mostly just like knickknacks and trinkets and little things, nothing necessarily really of value. You're like, oh, that's cool. I don't want anything in here, and I don't think there's anything in here that would really be of use to me.
Lots of precious moments.
Most of it is, it's just kind of
Is this motherfucker gonna sell us coral?
you're seeing things like staffs of bird calling, and you're seeing things like tankards of sobriety and different things going around, just around. So there's lots of like little niche magic items, but not necessarily anything that is super helpful. There's like a candle of the deep, and you see there's just this thing of water, and there's a candle burning in it, and the candle's underwater burning, and it's just a candle that burns underwater. And you see things like that, and it's like cool.
Why? Yeah.
But yeah.
Wonderful. This place is amazing.
Well, you'd like to buy a
It's
little
like
I
all
want
those
to
B,
buy
all those
everything.
B, all those
Yeah.
B grade spells. They're
His
just
whole
like,
belt's just full by time.
exactly. What?
Staff and bird calling on our back.
And then a figure comes out of the back. You see long, dark black robes with a hood drawn, covering the face. You can't quite see what's going on. On the side, you see these two very nice crossbows, hand crossbows, both of which are affixed with a large blade that's curved and jagged at the front. So it's almost like two hand crossbows with bayonets on the front of them. You're seeing along the side, there's just tons and tons of loaded and ready crossbow bolts. The robe hangs a little bit open, and you see just barely two scars that come along to the center of the chest. But in the very center of the chest, the scars seem to be sealed shut with the top of what looks like the head of a raven. The head, or the person looks up a little bit, and you see this drow face, but it's not that typical gray drow. It's much more pale. It's kind of white, as if just flush, as if this person's almost pale and sickly looking. Hands kind of come from the crossbow bolts, setting on the two sides of the counter that's open before him. Looks to you. You all right? What can I do for you?
Yeah, I'm looking for a Glainsrin.
Yeah. Good news for you. You're finding Gleinstern. My name is Gleinstern Anastasia. You've entered Anastasia's Wonders. I have all the magic items you could ever need. What is it that you're looking for, friend?
Well, Kleinserin, I am interested in a similar profession as my associate here, and it seems he is maybe been given information that you are someone who can do this. I would like to maybe be a member of the Jordan Hill Bounty Brokers.
Oh, fuck me. Is that why you're here?
You were extremely excited for one moment, and then you were not, if I'm mistaken.
Who
We do have more.
who sent you here?
Barrack.
Barrick? Alright, yeah. Why did he tell you to come to me?
I asked. We are looking for some things that we might not find through other means, and just thought maybe, seeing as we don't really know anybody here, and
Yeah, but did he tell you me specifically? These fuck. No, it's alright. Yeah. What is it that you're looking for? I'm here. I got you.
where's on that list? There's the one with the list.
Right. Looking for a few different things. Should we just try them all? Particularly, if maybe you have dragon's blood.
Yeah, no, I know you can get dragon's blood, but I don't have dragon's blood because dragon's blood is an illegal substance, and I don't work in illegal substances.
Fair enough.
Everything I do, above the table.
Perfect. Also, we are looking
I don't
for.
decide on that.
She's just accepting that. She's like, yeah, of course.
Sounds legit.
$24?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's absolutely lying. Of course he deals in illegal wares. But that's why he just has all these basic trinkets up here. But,
Come on, man. I know better than that.
yeah, you show up, say that you're from Varric. I haven't dealt with Varric since I dealt with those other cunts. And now I'm here dealing with this. I don't have dragon's blood. If I can tell you where you can find dragon's blood, but I don't have dragon's blood.
We have a lead. But so you would not have the ability to maybe initiate me into the brokers?
I'm not actually part of the Jordan Hill Bounty Brokers. I have dealt with Jordan Hill I will never go back to Jarnhill if I don't have to. The last time I went to Jarnhill, got a bunch of people killed. Hate to bring them back to life. It was kind of a shitty situation. Wasn't a fan. People used me under false pretenses. I like things on the level. I will be honest with you. You guys came from Jarnhill. Varric sent you. I will help you because Varric's a good guy. That being said, Jarnhill and the lighthouse and all those people, bunch of cunts, don't want anything to do with it. But I will deal with it. I'm on friendly terms. They have good coin to spend. Their coin spends very well. I'll give you that. That being said, you show up with that. I'm assuming you're all a bit of a dig. If you know what that means, it's like the little bit of shit around the ass. A little bit of a dig. That's what you guys came and handed me first thing in the morning. I cannot initiate you into the Jarnhill Bounty Broker. You would probably have to go to one of the major towns. I would say probably Kingsport would be the closest. You could go to Kingsport for that. You could also go to Jarnhill for it. Deal with your buddies. If you go there, I would say check out the lighthouse. It'll probably ruin your day. Might ruin your life. It's a good place to be.
That's freaking great.
But other than that, if you just came here for that, I can't get you in. I could probably get you a couple scrolls if that's something you're looking for. But I would say be careful because the two people who I know that are hanging out in this town are here with connections, nobility. One of them I think is actually probably in the capital district. I wouldn't fuck around there. I don't know you guys. If I don't know you, capital district doesn't know you. And I would say you're probably going to get, you probably get yourself killed. That being said, you came here from Jarnhill, or with contacts of Jarnhill. So if you want to go get yourself killed, feel free to. That's fine. Don't mind.
We just came here mostly looking for a few items. I apologize for my friend's eagerness here.
No, you're fine. I get it. Like I said, I like things on the level. I like to keep things above the board, if you will. I can show you. Well, I'm not going to show you, but I would say if you go to the go and look for Valental. She runs the wilds of the temple of the top world. So look for the wilds of the top world in the Malik district. Let her know that somebody else sent you. Don't use my name. If you use my name, I don't know who you are, and fuck all. But you can get Dragon's Blood there if you have the right shit to trade for it.
Sure. That is great information. That is pretty much everything. We have everything that's covered.
I mean,
Maybe-
what are you looking to buy, Dragon's Blood?
We have something for trade.
Something for trade. I mean, if you want, I can get it for you, brought to this shop, or you can go get it yourself. Just depends on what you're doing. It depends on what you're trading. What do you have to trade for, if you don't mind me asking?
But then we'd have to, I'm assuming we would have to pay you for your services. We have, just this.
And just out of one of her pouches, she pulls out a sealed flask.
Do you mind if I check it out?
He's good?
Yeah, very trust him. Sure.
Sure.
Takes it, and I'll go through. And he pulls over, and you see, flips open two curtains, and he's got all these little things. He takes out just a little stopper, opens it up, it's like, well, that's interesting. Puts a little drop into a vial, pours a few things, and is messing around with this alchemy kit. And then eventually it flares up a little bit. He's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, there's that for you. I'm done with that, but she will buy that for you, absolutely. I would push for 2, if not 3 Dragon's Blood vials, doses, because you'll get it for that. That being said, I don't need those in my shop because I'm not looking to fuck around with that.
It was never here for it.
Of course, absolutely.
And I have a good sleight of hand too, so she's just gonna fucking
Yeah.
pop that.
You guys are just all kinds of fun, aren't you?
Well, I like to sing songs.
I feel like I'm at a disadvantage now because at first honestly I didn't fucking care. But who are you guys? What? I mean,
We are,
do you have names?
Just some people doing some things, man. Just like you.
People doing some things. Well, I actually put my name on the front of the building. Told you my name when you got here because you're looking for me.
I'm Lauren.
Norrin. All right. And pulls out us things like we're taking notes. Norrin.
Net.
Net.
I'm Steve.
Steve.
I'm called Ela, but many of my friends call me the Great Ela, or Ela the Great.
The Great. Question. Right down. All right. Well, that's great. I would love to sell you some fine wares, but also I would like you to go trade that for some dragon blood because I don't really necessarily need something. Did you want some bounty work while you're here? Because I have scrolls that are sealed, but again, I feel like it might be out of your league at this point. I don't know. I'm making assumptions.
I'm kind of on a mission at this point. I may come back. Take one off your hands.
One other thing, do you happen to know where we could purchase or acquire black powder or smoke powder?
Yeah, absolutely. I could get you a little bit of black powder or smoke powder if that's something that you're looking for. Just depending on how much you're looking to spend and what you're looking to get. Aside from that, you will find a massive amount of black powder in the notes. In the Kersley district, if you can get in there, they have it pretty much just casks and barrels lying around.
Kersley?
That's the
That's the
military,
military?
Kersley?
district, right?
Yeah. If you can get in there, that's where they have it. That being said, I didn't tell you that.
Tell us what?
And I didn't tell you where the black powder
I
is.
don't know what you're talking about.
We were just talking about this.
Don't worry
Like,
about Steve.
just had a
Don't worry about
conversation.
Steve.
Steve's
fine.
always drunk.
Just wasted all the time.
That being said,
Totally wasted.
I can get you some. What are you looking to spend?
Oh,
How much
that
do
is
they-
a variable. Enough to last maybe, say, a week at sea with engagement every day.
Are we talking like cannons? Or are we talking like muskets? Are we talking like what kind of things are you doing? They have a lot of it here. Unfortunately,
Let's say cannon.
some asshole like 150 years ago sold these assholes a bunch of firearms, got them all set up, and so they have everything that they need for this. They're set. They deal with a lot of black powder, a lot of smoke powder here. This is pretty much the hub for it on the top world, as they say. So I can get it to you at decent prices because you came in with these names. If it means that you guys leave me the fuck alone and let me do my business and maybe don't come here unless you absolutely fucking need something, then I will get you a good amount for a decent price. But it just depends on what you're talking about, because if you're going to throw some copper on the table, I'm going to kindly ask you to get out of my shop.
I said they pay us back.
About,
And
Let's
you
go.
don't want us to come back.
about
I would love if I never saw you again. No offense, you guys seem like great people, but if
Get rid
I
of
didn't
all
have
of
to
this
deal
box.
with you again, then I would probably have a better life. That's all I'm saying.
I'll ask what they'll give us for 50 gold.
For 50 gold, I can get you 3 sleeves of smoke.
Something to start with?
Better than you're going to get anywhere else.
Yeah.
You probably have difficulty getting 1 sleeve of smoke for that. Aside from that, I can get you a little bit of black, but it's not going to be much. Now, if you're looking to talk about days on seas, are we talking cannons or are we talking like handhelds?
We never saw cannons on the ship,
No.
did we?
Handhelds, mostly.
You did see sealed off portholes
Right.
underneath, but they were pretty low for cannon placement probably. You haven't really dealt with cannons though, so probably handheld. Yeah, handheld. 7 days, encounters on sea, go through, carry that, say we do that. Talking skilled, unskilled.
Skilled.
Skilled. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Skilled. I would say I can get you a week of encounters, like actually dealing with shit, like getting in the thick of it for 500.
Alright.
And that's going to get you taken care of. And that's 7 good, like slug it out, everything you could imagine. And believe me, I can imagine a lot.
That is unfortunately a bit rich for what we.
And I'm talking
have
black.
come.
That's a week
That's
of black. That's black. And now just remember, black is better because smoke's nice. I like smoke until you get some asshole with some magics, and then it's like, oh really? Actually, you're not magic. And it's like, oh cool. Now I have some fucking dirt. And that's it.
They did say they wanted black.
They said smoke and black.
I'm smoking black.
Smoke's cheaper because it's literally you just take a fireball and you don't burst it.
You
So they
don't-
just condense it and you make it
Yeah.
into dust.
They
I'll buy the
Smoke
3
is
sleeves
magic
for
powder,
15.
and black powder is just black powder.
Black powder is black powder. Smoke powder is basically magic black powder that they make, but if you dispel it, you can literally just go, actually, you're not magic, and then it's not magic anymore. So you got a big bandolier of bullets on you, and somebody goes, oh, that person sucks. A lot of times the first thing they do is go, dispel magic. And they go, cool. And it's basically like, dispel assailant. You're not doing anything anymore. And then you just like, click, 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 click. It's not very fun.
We'll take the 3 sleeves of smoke.
3 sleeves of smoke for 50.
Yep.
they'll pay you back.
I
Absolutely.
got 50 on that.
So, 6 sleeves of smoke. For
You
100.
do 100? For 100, I can get you a little bit of black.
Yeah, still want to mix and match. I'll throw 50 on it.
So we're talking 150. You want to mix and match?
Yeah.
Might as well. Yeah. I don't have any, unfortunately.
No, that's
But-
fine. They just kept throwing 50, and I thought maybe you'd throw in 52, but I see you're not like part of the group really. That's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want this in here?
Do you even know what you have in your
Talk to
pocket right
like
now?
that?
Absolutely. Fuck it. Come
Yeah,
on.
of course you do.
Damn.
And that's the best part is you don't even know what they handed you. You just take shit. That's,
Yeah.
You're smart.
Of course.
I've got some shit I'd like to sell you too. 100 gold. I will sell you this magic air of life. I promise you. You breathe this air, and it'll put life into you. Don't be breathing it without paying. It's a joke.
I'll
fucking
freeze
with
it
you.
if you drink this.
Not an idea. No, thank you.
I'll never be able to come back here.
Not a fan of Brian. Not a fan of Brian.
Alright.
That being said, so we're talking 150. And I don't see you guys again.
Maybe.
Unless it's in an emergency, in which case I'm more pissed off. That's fine. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed that I had this day. Probably closing the shop early. I can't even get drunk anymore. Life sucks. It's fine. 150. I know you. I'm never going to see you again unless you absolutely need it. You're not going to bring that in. You're not going to tell anybody that you got anything from me. You're going to forget you ever met me.
It's too hard to say your name anyway.
Glance around Anastasia. It's very easy.
That was a little bit of a joke.
That wasn't very funny.
I'll get you 5 sleeves of smoke and what's left in this pony keg of black.
Okay.
And he hands you a pony keg that seems mostly empty. There's just a very little bit of black powder in it. And then
Just trying to get rid
5
of the
sleeves
trash.
of smoke. It's still probably worth a decent bit because you could still make a couple handfuls of bullets and stuff like that from it. I mean, depending on what you're doing, you could probably make like 1 good bomb or something like that. You could definitely sink a ship with the amount of black powder he gave you if you needed, if you placed it in the right place. But I'll give you that. I'll give you that 150 gold from you. Takes the gold, and you watch he just like literally has this little thing in the counter next to him. It's an open area, and he's pulling some things out, but he has like these little slots, and he actually just drops the gold directly into it, and just kind of counts it in, and you just hear it just kind of, and just disappears off through some sort of pipe or something. Yeah, so that'll get you set. You're going to go to the Malik district. You're going to look for the wilds of the top world. It is going to be wall side on the south.
Sure.
Other than that, Kingsport will get you set up. That's where you'll actually get the non-certified bounties. I've got 2 certified bounties here. I could sell them to you if you wanted. Very small. There's a decent price on them. One is for 1,000 gold. The other one's for 750 gold. I would charge you 1 gold each for the bounty. That's just my processing fee because it's who you are. It really just covers the price of the paper and me having to explain this to you. Other than that, I wouldn't recommend that, especially if you guys don't have 50 gold on you. Unless you really want to, but it's going to be a shit show dealing with this. You want more powder, I would say go to Kearsley District. You're not allowed in there, so have fun with that. And yeah. Anything else I can do for you before you leave my shop and never come back?
No. Thank you, Glycer.
Wonderful.
Absolutely.
I thank you guys. If you need anything, have an emergency, reach out to me. Without returning to my shop, if you need a place to hide and lay low, let me know. Just have somebody else come and speak to me. There is a small child who likes to play in the street, plays dice, 3 buildings down next to an alley. Let him know that you need to let me know what you need to let me know. I'll never actually have to deal with you guys again. He'll get you safe hiding. Other than that, anything else I can do for you?
No.
I think we are.
Wonderful. Well, the pleasure was all yours.
Of course.
As I thankful, I guess, that we're done here. With that, I think I'm done for the day as well. So you guys have a good night.
Not gonna shuffle
night,
these 3
yes.
out.
You need to literally hear like, click, 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 chink, click, 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 click. And then those nice purple curtains literally just shutters, like push them against the edge. Here, clink, click, click, click. Yeah. Because he just locks down everything and is pretty much done for the day.
Do you have any idea what was in those flasks or those vials? Because everyone we showed them to has been very interested in them.
Yeah, I know exactly what's in there.
What is in them?
What you got?
Actually, because this is an insight, so that gives him a 10.
Oh, I'm at 11.
And
I
you're
got
at
a
11.
14. So, you're a fucking liar.
The both of you guys are not quite really sure. Yes, she probably knows. You have a feeling that she's lying and has no clue, but you guys are like, yeah, no, she knows what's in him. Apparently she was told.
I say in Elvish, are you sure?
In Elvish? Absolutely not. But, we'll make it work.
That's not my head.
Yeah, they speak off in a weird language, which you guys recognize as them speaking Elvish.
Well, so we go to, son of a biscuit, Wilds of the Top World.
Yes, that will do, and then we can finish up going back to the Traveler's Tome and pick up what we need to.
Should be ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, roughly.
I mean,
Oh,
from
and then,
what
You
we
said
know.
something, cause
and then,
like the
maybe,
whole reason why we're here, and I was just like, whatever.
then we'll also maybe hit up the Illustrate District on our 3rd day, maybe to celebrate in
Yeah.
the district the final day.
You do remember what you guys had him do last time, right?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
kind of. I think I
I don't
wasn't
think I
here
told
for-
you.
I wasn't. I remember.
You were there for you played the Awakening.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you remember he was tied to the Awakening. He was the one who had to basically
knew
awaken you
Life
all
Ring.
after
Yeah.
Lasiba.
Because I know.
Basically, remember
In the
Miss
future.
Lasiba just murked you all, and you
Like, you
all
guys know
died,
in the
and then
future,
Gleinstern had to
yeah, that's what
bring you back.
Oh. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he needed somebody who could be a conduit between life and death. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Antoneth was like, "We just need your help, buddy."
Mm-hmm.
Was not very forthcoming about what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
No one's got a shit show for him.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's
fucking David. That was a nice play. I like that.
but you now have a contact for your ear to the ground trait in Dark Shore. So that's good.
Great contact.
Yes.
10 out of 10 would recommend. Which would piss him off.
0 out of 10, he would not recommend.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a negative 50 decade per minus. Yeah, so start with the Malik district.
So you just want to beeline to the Malik district?
Should we taxi again?
How far are we?
You're in the market district, so it's literally you have to just go through the bazaar and stuff. So it's going to be probably an hour walk or a 15-minute taxi.
Well, and while we're walking, can I keep an eye out for like anywhere that might sell a star map?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can walk and search. Yeah.
So
For
that would
I mean, I know
that would give you
doesn't
take it about it'd probably
Just
take
give
about
them
an
some
hour and a half if you're not just like beelining, like pushing through, but you're actually looking at what's going on.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Towards the end of the Gonadar district, there's an open window at a shop. The shop has like little baubles and stuff like that all hanging from the front of it, little vials and different things all hanging. And there's a goblin female standing in the window. You guys look around. So, I can tell that you guys are looking for treasures. I've got them in here. Everything you could ever want to drink. And she points up the sign, and the sign just says, smoothies.
Smoothies. I've not heard of this smoothie.
Everything that you could ever want, and it all goes down smooth.
Sounds like a bad dream.
Very creative. Everything that I could ever want.
If it's liquid, I've got it. Even if it's not entirely liquid, I've got it. I can get you all taken care of. You just let me know what you want. You're a stout dwarf. You want to get drunk? I've got fine, fine whiskeys. I've got wines. And then I've got potions. And I sell you the best potions at half the price that anybody else will sell you the potions.
So what's the
If you
catch?
accept terms and conditions.
Terms
What
and
are the
conditions.
terms and
eh? Terms and conditions.
Well, so
eh?
I have all the things you could ever imagine. She sets a potion in front on there, and it's just a vial. Just this potion right here, I will sell you for 20 gold.
There's the potion.
No, there's a she sets a potion, like she kind of like steps back and sets it on the thing. Just, potion, 20 gold.
And it looks like there's nothing in it.
No, there's liquid in
Oh,
it.
there is?
Yeah, there's this kind of swirling grayish liquid in it. Seems to almost move on its own as it just swirls.
I don't have enough on me for that. Unfortunately.
No,
It sounds amazing. But I don't have enough.
Yeah, I've also got some of these. She'll pull out and sets down a couple different vials that have this kind of reddish liquid. Each of these are just 5 gold.
I'm curious.
Gonna tap ourselves out.
Yeah.
Would you like a potion of red? You can't afford gray. I've got red. I've got blues. I've got purples. I've got yellows.
Potion of red.
Yeah, I would call that red, wouldn't you?
I think I'm okay. You all help yourselves.
I also have labeled potions. They're more expensive. I know what those ones do. She takes these. She says, I also have fine wines, alcohol. Do you know somebody who likes alcohol? I've got the best.
Everybody turns and looks at Golrak.
We may know somebody.
No, but we have to.
Us
Unfortunately, we have to
Steve.
complete this mission first and get some
I
compensation.
have good
before I
bases
start
too. If you want to make better alcohols, I have bases. Do you know anybody who makes alcohol?
Not particularly.
No.
We know a mixed master of sorts, but not necessarily alcohol.
We're still at the smoothie cart.
Of
Yep.
course.
We're trying to get away.
Yeah, you walked away. You come back. You're like, it's a shop set up.
Oh, it's shop.
Yeah.
This is taking a lot longer
5 gold
than I
for a
thought.
red. If you want a red,
No.
sell you a blue for 15 gold. Blues I hear are good. They taste great. They smell good.
Too rich for me right now.
I think we'll pass. I appreciate the offers.
Give me an insight from you specifically, just because he has the high roll.
She's terrible.
Yeah.
Of course, now you put me on the spot. It's terrible.
With advantage because you're rolling for the party.
Yeah,
Which
we'll
is
assist-ish.
better. 12.
12. From what you're getting, she sells discounted potions that she doesn't really know what they do.
My question.
Oh yeah, she's
So you
So
can
many color
I hear they
potions.
taste good. Like,
you
oh,
can
good
buy
smell,
potions from here.
it's a game.
You could also probably sell potions here if you don't know what they are. But it's just she sells potions. They detect as magic, but that's about the extent of what she can tell.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's a little.
She also sells fine alcohol, and she also has the ingredients to make fine alcohols as well.
Nice.
Golrak, is there anything you would like?
No, I am quite good for right now.
Tapped for
Give me a history with disadvantage, everybody.
Oh, jeez.
That's double edge.
Yes, man, with disadvantage.
Oh, that's not a bad roll.
Oh my god.
15.
20.
I got a 17 and a 16 with disadvantage.
8. Rolled a 17 and a nat 20.
Said
15.
15. You're not going to quite get it, but
D20.
you got 20. You have seen brewer's supplies in the kitchen on the ship. And on the day where you guys fought with Datari, Baziba actually mixed up some like concoctions and like kind of calmed everybody down a little bit with it. On a ship, the cook's job is to keep the crew fed, but in certain situations, the cook is known to use brewer's supplies to
grog.
try to
Help with morale.
help with morale and stuff like that on the ship.
Keep the scurvy off.
So they do have some fine supplies here
How much for your supplies?
for brewing.
Sure.
If you're looking to make hard stuff, it takes a little while, but I've got something I can sell you for 15 gold. If you're looking to make kegs, I can sell you what you need, including an empty keg, for 20.
I can help bitch. It might be something that Baziba would use.
Which one would you want to go for? Do you want to go for the 15 or do you want to go for the 20?
I mean, if we need a keg too, maybe for harder stuff, like some of the hardest stuff, 20 sounds good.
How much are you willing to pitch?
I mean, at the most I have 5 gold.
I'm in for 5.
I'll pitch 10.
Right. And she will hand you a decent sized keg. And it's got a couple of like rope bindings, so you can literally like hook it over your back if you want. You could easily. And she hands you a keg, and it's full of a bunch of supplies. It's got a little scroll kind of stuffed into it. A place where you can put a stopper. There's a stopper inside of it. A bunch of different materials and different stuff. And then the scroll kind of goes over like the idea of how to make a fine moonshine-ish liqueur. It's got a lot of what you need. You just need to distill a few things down.
That's what I was gonna
Take
say.
some
So
time.
do I got a still in there?
So you'd probably need brewer supplies.
Well,
But-
so brewer supplies can have a still.
The brewer supplies is going to have pretty much what you need to get that set up. This combined with the brewer supplies
I can
and
just rig everything else
some
up.
water and stuff like that, yeah.
Still.
I feel like this is an investment for Golrak.
I promise you it will be an investment for everyone.
All right.
No, I'm very happy to contribute to that.
Absolutely. You head to the Malik district, and you find the wilds of the top world.
Okay.
When you enter, there's a male drow figure in long white and golden robes. Yes, friends. What can I do for you? Welcome to Wilds of the Top World, where you'll find all of the surface magics you could ever want.
Are we looking for a female drow?
We are looking for Valentil, if we may speak
I
to her.
am Valentil.
Oh. You are Valentil?
I am Valentil.
Sorry,
No, I get it. Of course, you come into my establishment, and of course, it's a drow, so a woman has to lead it. That's fun.
oh no, friend. Actually, some assholes that we were literally just talking to told us that you were a female.
Interesting. I'll keep that in mind as we set prices. What is it that you are looking for?
Whoops.
Yep, that's disadvantage on
Hey,
persuasion to try to turn down prices.
Hey, Norin, your contact is a dick.
Yes, I know.
Right, and obviously,
It really seems like you
obviously,
didn't like us.
he looks at the female who just says it and goes, obviously dicks are a bad thing. I'll keep that in mind as we set prices.
I will do the persuading here. Okay.
What is it that are you looking to purchase?
You the one with the list, man. That's what I could look at.
Oh, sure. Let me keep digging the hole, so to speak. God.
I sell shovels.
Wonderful.
I don't really sell shovels. Everything I have here is magic.
I guess a shovel would be going underground. It would be top.
I do have all-purpose tools that would magically be used. You could turn them into a shovel. Anyways,
I'm looking
you have the
to
list.
trade for dragon's blood. And she pulled out the flask, sealed.
Sets it down. Pulls out, you see kind of casts, eyes flare with a little bit of a blue. Puts on a ring that has a pearl on it. Casts a spell. So it's going for dragon's blood.
Looking for 2 vials if possible.
Pockets the ring. 2 vials of dragon's blood. Well, you know that people don't sell dragon's blood because dragon's blood is very illegal. Sets 2 vials in front of you, and I would never deal in something like that. Do you have more of this?
I'm positive we can get more.
Cast a spell. That makes sense.
Maybe this is a way where we can start off on a...
I don't
better
have any
foot.
more dragon's blood available at this moment.
Of course.
But if you come across this safely, where did you get this?
A dear friend.
You can see the eyes are still glowing. This time, the glowing blue is gone, and instead you see this like almost like deep purple glow just around the edge of the eyes.
Do I have to make a wisdom save right now?
No, just looking over you guys, almost like they're just. You can tell they're doing something, and they're just reading certain types of magic on you. And he's like, I don't see. Huh. You guys are either very lucky or very stupid.
I think this
And
one-
Elvis, I say stupid.
Probably a bit of both.
Probably both.
No, that's fine. I recommend not drinking that in town.
Of course.
But have fun with it.
Thank you.
That being said, are there any other magic items you are looking for?
No, I don't think so.
Nothing at all. What travels lie ahead of you?
We are on a ship frequently.
Yeah.
Recently been taking a swim in deep waters.
Deep water swim. I can tell you have the armor as well.
It was an investment.
Got any star maps?
Yeah. What about
Star maps. I
You know
wouldn't
where we can-
have a star map particularly, but I could give you a north stone.
No idea.
I could also give you a moon rock, which is like this, and he points up to one of the orbs that's on the wall, which you can see is like almost halfway through the day now.
Need maps specifically.
If you're looking for a map, I would say probably look in Elstray's Bounty. That's where I would go for a star map.
Thank you.
Of course. Are you sure there's nothing else I can offer you? I am slightly in your debt. Very slightly.
I mean, we are running a bit low on stuff.
Like I say, I am in your debt. Slightly. Not extensively.
How about something like one of our associates made us trinkets that allowed us to breathe underwater? Just a little cap over our head?
A cap of water breathing? Is there something you would like?
Maybe a few of those, if possible?
You want 3 caps of water breathing? 4 caps of water breathing? No?
Me.
He ain't gonna tell you. You got a little bit of a Vidalcan, kind of, to you a little bit.
3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
3 caps of water breathing?
Off to the side, may I suggest that since I can make them on the ship, I buy them.
Oh, you can make them. I mean, you can-
Because he doesn't ever leave the ship with us. So say we go out to island and then we have temporary cap that lasts maybe a day and then we are fucked.
Fair enough.
How about this? For 50 gold, I'll give you 3 of those caps. And, so that you don't find that, I'll give you a bag to put them all in.
Oh wow, that would be pretty amazing. 50 gold pieces.
Running a bit low.
She
Funds.
palms 5 coins. Hands them over.
Okay?
Sure, we'll take it. That is a great deal.
He takes, and he sets this little bag in front of him, and then pulls out a cap, and he just takes the cap and pulls it tight, and when he does, you see this, boom, and a bubble forms around your head. This is what you were looking for. This is what you were looking for. Sets it down, sets 3 of them in front of you, takes them, puts them in the bag, and they just disappear into the bag. He goes, sets the bag and goes, put those in there too so that people can't see that you're just walking around with that. You put them in a sack.
Sure. Instead of him just like dangling on her fucking belt.
Mhm.
yeah, that's that's it for us here.
Wonderful. Well then, you guys carry on.
Thank you. Thank you. Valentil, my name is Ela, and I greatly apologize. I hope to do business again in the future.
Yes, I hope you survive long enough to do business again. You know. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. I mean, not that I care, but
Perfect.
I know. Well then, thank you guys.
Of course.
You guys can head out. And yeah, I was gonna wrap us up after.
As we
The
walk
shop.
out, Eel will hand you guys their cap of water breathing. You can have
Yeah.
those.
So you guys can either have it, or you can just keep them in the bag of holding for now.
Right.
Just depends on what you want to do. But yes, you'll have a bag of holding and 3 caps of water breathing.
Yeah,
And
depending.
2
I mean, I can absolutely
dragon's
carry
blood.
that shit for us if you want. But
But if you want to have it instead,
It's
and
not
it's
an attuned
it's
thing.
literally in a cap, and you can just put it on, and then when you need to, you basically just pull down the cap, and just a bubble forms around you.
Cool.
So if you want to just wear a cap of water breathing around, you can. It's fine. You can toss it in a backpack. You can do whatever you want. But you can add to your character sheet a cap of water breathing. But yes, from there we will call it there for the night. We will pick up with next week. You guys moving on to the Traveler's Tome in the Capitolo district.
yes.
You can go there, pick up stuff, and depending on what you want to do, you could either head out of town and be good from there, or if you want, you can investigate in town a little bit further. Really just depends on what you guys want to do.
Also, we have the Capitolo district, and then we also wanted to hit up the Elistray district since we have that extra day.
Just need a show or two.
Yeah, maybe see a show, pick up some instruments, potentially,
Yeah,
and then the
that's
star
it.
maps, if you want to.
Yeah, okay, Yola. I'm done.
But yeah, so we will go ahead and call it there.
Sweet.
Everybody who watched, if you're still watching, I don't know, I don't have it pulled up right now. I thank you for joining us. Definitely comment, like, subscribe. Let me know who's watching, because there's a bunch of people who watched last week, who've watched since last week, but I don't know who, because a lot of people watched and didn't subscribe, like, or comment. So I'm guessing we're just doing a terrible job. We're not entertaining. We're not fun. We don't have friends. It's cool. I get it. That being said, we're going to call it there, and we will be back in a week, live at 5 on Wednesday.
Alright.
Sweet. Be cool if we had a staff or something, and somebody would just, like, stop the recording.
Right.
But if there's more people, they'd just be playing, so it doesn't really count.
You know. Totally fine.